There will be no real non-controlled currency in the world.
We're coming for you, banks.
It's an exciting time to be involved in Bitcoin Cash at the moment.
During that whole war of Lightning versus big blocks, like were we the bad guys? Were we the ones that weren't listening?
Fundamentally, we believe in markets, transparency, and tokenization.
Come on, you gotta come stronger than that, you know, like...
Hello and welcome back to the Bitcoin Cash podcast, following Bitcoin Cash. That's right, Global Reserve Currency. This is episode number 74, Shinobi versus Cyprian debate review. Today is Sunday, the 19th of March, 2023. I am your host, Jeremy. Jett is producing the show and also kind of co-guesting this one. No actual guest, but we are going to be doing a breakdown of Shinobi versus Cyprian, so they're kind of the bonus guests, plus Hotep Jesus, who hosted the original stream. So we'll get into that in a second, but firstly, we just have to quickly touch on the price because that always needs to be mentioned. RIP, we're at the all-time low against BTC, or just above, actually. Bitcoin Cash USD $134.73. That's flat. One BTC is 203 BCH, so we're down a bit. And one ETH is 13.3 BCH, so we're down a bit against ETH2. But BTC basically just had a mega week and is up about 35% this week against a lot of cryptos. We're nearly back in striking range of flipping or reflipping Monero. So things are actually not doing all that bad on the price front. It just seems like it because Bitcoin had a good week. Anyway, we just have to do that every week. So get that out of the way. Straight on to the debate. Shinobi versus Cyprian. I wanted to do this episode as a bit of a different one to usually what we do on the show because I found this YouTube video from the 8th of February, which is a 3-hour debate between Shinobi and Cyprian. So Shinobi is one of the most laser eyes BTC maximalists. BTC is perfect. Nothing ever be wrong with it. If you don't like it, screw you. Antagonistic kind of people. He's got about 25,000 Twitter follows, and I have no idea what he does except be toxic on Twitter. His Twitter DP is this kind of Terminator-looking guy with laser eyes on it, which pretty much sums up his aggressive, hostile attitude to everything, as far as I know. And then we have Cyprian, who was formerly in the Bitcoin Cash community and also formerly called himself Vin Armani. And before that, he was a gigolo on a reality TV show somehow. Anyway, he has converted to become an Orthodox Christian. So he's had a bit of an interesting love journey. He's actually a pretty interesting guy. I would really like to talk to him, actually. But anyway, when the Bitcoin Cash and eCash split, he was great mates with Amori and decided that they were the real Bitcoin or the real project or whatever. So he kind of went along with them. And he has blocked me on Twitter because I quote tweeted one of his tweets pointing out that the eCash community was going through the same things as the BSV community and the BCH community, that when you split off, you kind of get like, we're free and you're loving it, but then reality sets in that you've got no network effect, and then it kind of gets into a pit of despair, and then you slowly come out the other side. Well, I pointed that out and said maybe eCash is never going to get out of that pit of despair, just like BSV kind of hasn't. But anyway, that pissed him off so much that he blocked me on Twitter. So I don't know how many Twitter followers he has, but it is roughly about the same amount as Shinobi, I think. So they're sort of equivalent in terms of their clout status and also their OG status in the Bitcoin scene. So I thought this was a pretty perfect dynamic for us to check in and find out how the crypto scene is doing and what's the state of the narrative and the discussion that people are having. The host for this stream is Hotep Jesus, who is also a bit of a character, and anybody can look into him and his work if you're interested. He's recently, the reason I found this actually was because he was recently hosting some streams with Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, who got in hot water for saying that white people should all just get away from black people, which was a deliberately provocative way of trying to explain that race relations in America had broken down. So anyway, Hotep Jesus, being sort of a black American, is a mate of his as well. So anyway, you could look into all that drama if you want. It's actually quite interesting. But this guy, Hotep Jesus, somehow on his channel was also hosting this obscure Bitcoin debate. It's about 3 hours, so I think we're going to just listen to it and try and do a full listen through with pausing for adding our own commentary here and there, which means it might be 4 or 5 hours total. So we might do it in 2 parts. We'll just see how far we get today and then pause and either do a second session later on and release it as two parts, or maybe we'll come back another day and finish it off, or maybe the debate will suck and we'll just decide this is boring and stop. I haven't listened to this. Yeah, go on.
I don't think it's gonna suck. I know Vin is incredibly arrogant. I like trying to talk to him. I, for the longest time, assumed that like Vin does seem like a very smart person to me. I assumed that he was like interested in the best outcomes, like the outcomes that harm the least amount of people. Ideally, provide the most value to the most amount of people. And after the last split, I don't think that's the case at all. I think Vin was a massive catalyst for the split. I think he was pushing for it, and it pissed me off. I made a fucking vlog video where I was like, this is just to Vin, since you won't fucking talk to me on Twitter. Like, one of the biggest condescending pricks, but I do think he's smart. I think there are some little pieces of wisdom in there, but Jesus Christ. I think it'll be a good debate because I know that Vin's arrogant. If Shinobi's even remotely close to the same amount of arrogance, then it'll be at least spicy, passionate.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, well, I guess I didn't even know that there was that backstory in terms of you directly beefing with him. But you also told me you don't know. You've never even heard of Shinobi, right? So maybe he isn't that loud of a voice. But as far as I'm aware, he's very influential. I've seen a lot of discussion in terms of the inner circle of the most laser eyes, the ones who we were talking about on that Ordinals episode. You know, Peter Todd and Adam Back and Luke Jr. and whoever is in the mix, Natalie Brunel, whatever little clique that Jimmy Song, right? He's kind of in there with them, right? And he's one of the more extreme ones. Now, previously on this show, we did the Kim.com debate review as well between Kim.com and the BTC Maximalist. That was, I think, episode 12 or something. That was quite early in the show, and the listeners loved it. That was one of the most popular early episodes. So in response to that, or as a follow-up to that, I thought it would be cool to do another debate breakdown. People tend to really like these because there's a lot in it. If the original content is good, and then also adding our own perspectives in, it's kind of like a bit of a what do you call it? Like a buffet or something. It's like you can get a lot of different opinions in at once, and there's a bit of something for everyone. It's pretty meta as well too, and obviously in deep. So as much as this show is sometimes trying to cater to new users to cryptocurrency or to Bitcoin Cash, this is definitely going to be for the hardcore, I think. So yeah, we're just going to get into this debate. I'm sure Hotep Jesus will introduce things, and we'll pause where appropriate to get our own thoughts in. So I haven't seen this debate except for the first 5 minutes until I paused it and realized this looked good. We should start this episode, and I think Jett hasn't seen any of it either, right? So
no, I have just purposefully avoided it.
Let's rock and roll.
Okay.
We have two Bitcoin / crypto titans, Cyprianus and Brian Trolls, aka Shinobi. Shout out to the chat. Chat, stop grifting. Hit the super chats. You want to be a part of this conversation, ask questions, make a comment. They will get read out. So the first thing I want to do is lay out some of the gripes I want to open the floor first to Cyprianus. Let him give us his thesis on his gripes with BTC, and then Shinobi give his gripes about the crypto community and why BTC is king. And let's get to the bottom of this. As you guys already know, I'm a very objective person naturally, so I make one of the best moderators on the planet, and I'm very curious, and I just love to learn. And I have no fish in this sea, or dog in this fight, or however it goes. Cyprianus, tell me, man, what's going on?
Well, Brian and I have had but I think before mutual blockings occurred, we have definitely we've been on we've been in antagonistic tribes. Let's say are you cool, Brian, with me framing it as small blocker versus big blocker, or is it going to have to be BTC versus shitcoiners? Like, what's the?
No, I mean, I think that's pretty much the core of it. Not everything, but the gist.
So we'll say what was called. We'll say because it started that way, but I guess it's gone differently. It's small block versus.
So this is pretty funny right out of the gate. Right, you already have Cyprian joking about how they've blocked each other on Twitter. You can already see this is already weak sauce right here. I mean, what kind of baby act is this? Blocking people on Twitter? I never block people on Twitter. I mute some people if they're annoying, but blocking people on Twitter is just the most weak thing for these supposedly rational, intelligent, well-argumented people. It's pretty funny that their skin is that thin, and obviously it's blocked me too on Twitter. So that's clearly a strange affair that they would be not willing to talk on Twitter, but then they are willing to talk on this podcast format. I think that's a bit bizarre. And then also it's Cyprian's kind of trying to set the terms of the debate here, because what he said was, can we do small block versus big block? I think that's smart, because that's an easily winnable position, right? If he makes it about that, that's a lot easier than, like he said, BTC versus shitcoins. If he has to take the side of everything else in crypto against Bitcoin, which he would probably still prefer to do, he would still be fine with that. But that means you get a lot of garbage mixed in there that you then have to defend. A lot of Ponzi's that you sort of have to write off, a lot of nonsense, a lot of people getting scammed. If you could just make it small versus big block, he knows that's why it's the first thing he said. If he can start the debate off in small block versus big block, then it's like a winning position right from the start. So that seems obvious to me that's why he's trying to make it like that.
This is a bit of a tangent, but do you know why he changed his name and the significance of the name?
Well, he changed his name a couple of times, right? Because didn't he have some other name before he had Vin Armani, but he just wanted to not be a gigolo anymore? So it's some sort of religious reference or something, isn't it?
I thought Vin Armani was like the gigolo name. It sounds like a gigolo name.
No, that's right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
He had another name, and then he had Vin Armani as gigolo name, and then he had Cyprian, this religious Orthodox rebirth name.
I suppose I can Google, because he is a public figure. We can find out what is Vin Armani real name. Yeah, cool.
Well, why did he change his name though? Why is that relevant?
Just curious. There's got to be, like, I understand he has intent behind the things that he does. So I want to know what the intent is and what the significance is. Like, I do believe at the end of the day, it's all symbolic interactionism, and he's just trying to create symbols that remind people of other things, so that he has these, like, kind of passive ways to make, or to, like, kind of push a connection where the people wouldn't normally think about it. So yeah, I think there's significance to the names, and I want to figure out what they are. His real name, according to Thrillist.com, is Jeremy Glass.
His name's Jeremy too. Yeah. Wow, I did not know that. But in some ways we're quite similar. So that's really interesting. Well, maybe I need to change my name. Maybe I need to be Saturnator or something instead of. Jeremy. All right. He had a whole moment where he realized how powerful religious arguments and symbology are and adopted them as tools of influence. This was back when BSV was about to split, says Emergent Reasons. So,
Wait.
okay. Yeah, he's very into religious symbolism and philosophy and the meaning of words and things like that, which is smart. I mean, he's an intellectual, fair enough. But that's why he's to bring it back to this debate. That's why he's setting the terms very carefully.
Versus big block back in the beginning, in the, let's say, the what they call the block size debate that generated the first like real schismatic hard fork of Bitcoin, which was BTC on one side and Bitcoin Cash on the other side. And there was a lot of vitriol for many, many years. I think those two communities have split. That Bitcoin Cash community has already split into three. So you still have Bitcoin Cash, you have Bitcoin SV, you have eCash, which is what I work on now. And BTC has been doing their thing. And I think that really the discussion here, and it's good. I think things have happened in BTC in the last, I don't know, 2 months. That is interesting. It's interesting to hear the things that Brian has been saying because they sound very similar to the things that we were saying in 2017. And so I think that the sort of thesis or what I'm going to present today, and that we're going to, and I know he'll disagree with
interpret them like that.
Okay, and that's what we're going to discuss is that. I think that it's really what we're talking about here is what is Bitcoin, and what my thesis is that I'm presenting here is that Bitcoin is not the BTC network. That the BTC network is a representation of Bitcoin and the Bitcoin protocol, but that Bitcoin has been is embodied in all of the networks that I just described, and perhaps even more. We can maybe get into that, but for sure, I will say BTC, Bitcoin Cash, eCash, Bitcoin SV. If Satoshi was to come back right now, he could spend the coins that he mined on all of those networks. There are all people working there on those networks who are old schoolers who had been working on BTC before the split, and that the idea that Bitcoin is synonymous with BTC is actually a gigantic problem. It's a huge blind spot. And following through with that necessarily leads you to all kinds of problems that are social, that are not technical, but that are social. And I think that those are things that are starting to come through. I know we're going to have a great talk about the ordinal situation and all of that that's happening on BTC, totally timely right now. And the argument that I'm going to make here is that this is bound to happen when you start to get into the situation where you see your network as the true Bitcoin. And you do things to uphold that idea, as opposed to seeing Bitcoin as a protocol in the way that it was described by Satoshi. So I think that we're going to be able to get into.
Yeah. So one of the most interesting things about this start is that, as he references, essentially we're going to be rehashing to some extent the block size debate, the whole small blockers versus big blockers thing. And that's one of the most interesting things about this entire fiasco with Bitcoin has been the fact that debate never ends. Why doesn't it end? Because BTC didn't win. It's as simple as that. They often think, oh, we won, the market has spoken, blah, blah, blah. But they didn't. That's why today in 2023, people are still talking about this. That's why there's still back and forth. There's still passionate people in BCH, in BSV, in XCC that are grinding away on it. And there's increasingly the rest of the crypto scene understands that there is that back and forth. And maybe some of them think, okay, BTC is Bitcoin, but a lot of them are aware that there's competing ideas. And probably a lot of the people who listen to Hotep Jesus or to Cyprian or whatever, they're going to be more open-minded to seeing things in a different light. Now, of course, Cyprian's in a bit of a jam here where the eCash split, he can make those same arguments that eCash is Bitcoin, but it's hard for him to do that because not only have they a minority fork of a minority fork, but they've even given up the branding. Now, that was something voluntary. They didn't call themselves Bitcoin eCash or something like that. They deliberately decided to rebrand away from the Bitcoin name. So to leech onto to garner the benefit of the credibility of Bitcoin as a 14-year-old network, a known brand name, and so on and so forth, he has to take things like the Bitcoin Cash. You can say Bitcoin Cash is the real Bitcoin, and that was that fork, and they stole our branding, but we're going to get it back, right? That's the Bitcoin Cash position. But it's XEC, they've gone a step further removed, so he has to make this more abstract argument about the Bitcoin protocol and the Bitcoin invention, which is something that Bitcoin Cash artist I know in the BCH community is a big fan of trying to get people to see it in that way, that Bitcoin was the invention and that it's then spawned these various forks. But fighting on the actual ground of eCash is Bitcoin is not tenable in the way that Bitcoin Cash is Bitcoin is tenable because of that history with the branding. And it's one of the reasons why it's so important that, in my mind, the Bitcoin Cash community, I think we have a great brand, actually, even if it is confusing or whatnot initially. I don't think we should ever change it. I think you just got to stick with that, and that just shows that we're serious. We're coming for the king. That's it. There's no messing about. And even if in the short run, that's you take an L on that because people are, what is this confused knockoff scam fork? The longer and longer time goes on, the more that persistence looks compelling to people to look into. But that's just my take.
I've mentioned it before, I think, on the show, where I think Bitcoin is, and yeah, maybe we should be separating the protocol from the fucking invention, yada yada. But I think I've said before, I think Bitcoin is a fractal. And so, like, you have all of these like offshoots, right? And if you zoom in enough, they look the exact same as the level above it. But I wonder, at some point, will there be a convergence, right? So, minority hash power is not good. When will chains start dying? Like, I want to see a proof of work chain dead. And not because, like, I'm pumped for people to lose money or something. I think that's like a really horrible situation. But I don't think I'm phrasing this right. I think I'm looking for a little bit of confirmation bias, where it's like I have this idea, but I haven't seen a long enough timeline to kind of be like, okay, this network has collapsed and it's been absorbed by the other proof of work chains that it came from. So I like half agree with his point here. I think that, if Satoshi can come back and spend coins on your chain, that's Bitcoin.
Or at least it could be.
Yeah.
it could be Bitcoin, because it comes to this idea of, is there only the one true Bitcoin or not? And that's why I'm saying by this whole XEC split, Cyprian, he can't fight that battle anymore. XEC is the real Bitcoin. That's nonsense. eCash is the real Bitcoin. It doesn't make sense. Bitcoin Cash is the real Bitcoin. That does conceivably make sense, right? But we might be seeing, and I take your point that at some point we've got to see a reintegration, right? That would be the ultimate destiny. If this all works out, if any of these chains, let's say any of the 4 chains, can get enough momentum or enough energy to actually be a substantial portion of the global economy, they would almost inevitably, just by market forces, they would absorb the others, right? And you would see a lot of the people in those alternative communities starting to realize, okay, maybe we had it. We were we were 90% right, but we were 10% wrong. Let's give up that 10% because it's actually kicking off on our sort of competitor, as it were. And that's why I've been doing this enormous Twitter thread. You can find it pinned on my Twitter page, where I've been documenting as BSV and XEC. I don't think I have any examples of that yet, but I will at some point. BSV people and BTC people slowly starting to question the narratives in their community and realize that actually maybe Bitcoin had it right, because obviously that's the premise of this show. Everybody is going to reconfirm. Because if you could get all of the people, all of those OGs from before any of the splits, if you could get them all back on the same team, that team would start dominating like very, very hard. The only reason that things have stalled out so much with regards to Bitcoin forks, especially in comparison to non-Bitcoin forks in crypto, is because all that initial horsepower of all the early adopters, who are all very passionate, all very skilled, all very smart, and a lot of them are now very rich and influential. By splitting that up, it's a divide and conquer strategy, right? So we're in a weird phase in history where in maybe 10 or 20 years, it'll be obvious. They'll be like, oh, it all split out into these, like a river, right? It was running downhill and it all split into a few different forks, but then they all reconverged back into this huge torrent. That's ideally, I think, what we're going to see. But I think Bitcoin Cash is obviously the only viable candidate for that. And that's part of what they're going to be sort of dancing around today, I think.
Some of those things. But that is my basic thesis. And it's if I have any true issue with Brian's sort of activities, it has been that his presupposition is that Bitcoin means BTC and everything else is not Bitcoin. Perhaps I'm wrong on that. He can correct me, but I'll end it right there.
Well, jump in and respond. The little I'll say on the semantics debate is the block size limit that all of this started over was implemented by Satoshi himself. And frankly, Bitcoin, which is what I'm going to call it, or BTC to be clear, is the only chain that would actually sync back through every client Satoshi released with that limit. On a technical level, it is the only one backwards compatible all that way. But that said, this whole kind of semantics debate to me is irrelevant. Like the market.
Is it semantic? What does he mean?
Isn't this misinformation anyway? I don't know if someone in the chat can confirm or not for that, but the BTC said they often have this argument that, well, if you fired up the 2023 Bitcoin core, it would sync to every version of Satoshi. Surely that's nonsense, right? Satoshi there was hard forks done to fix bugs and so on before the splits anyway. Like you can't just fire up a 2009 SourceForge or whatever Satoshi files that Mike Hearn still has on his computer. It won't sync. That's got to be nonsense, right? I feel like that's a claim that they have among themselves, which doesn't hold up in reality.
What the hell what does it mean? Okay, this is definitely like getting into the weeds, but what do they mean by it won't sync? I launch a Bitcoin Cash node. I get the first block. I get all the blocks from then till now. Isn't that syncing? Like, what the hell is he talking about? No, he means the other way around. He means if you loaded up the 2009 software with inflation
and you
bugs
just switched it on.
Shit.
Yeah. If you just switched it on, it would connect to the BTC network, is what his argument is. And not BCH, not BSV, not XEC. And I think it's definitely true that it wouldn't connect to any of the others because they did part of the forking process is that it's not going to backwards connect like that, right? But there was hard forks and there was bugs and there was things changed around and so on before there were any splits at all. So I don't think that's necessarily true. If your argument is if you switched on the client from just before the Bitcoin Cash fork, that one would still connect to BTC. That might hold water because of the soft forks that they did with Segwit and so on. But I think this, and it kind of comes to this, it's a bit philosophical at a certain point. It's like the ship of Theseus, at what point is a ship not a ship, except in this case, we've got 4 alternative ships that emerged out of the one ship, so it's even more confusing.
Why would someone want that original node? And why doesn't BSV just use the software that was already out?
Well, because they've got their cognitive dissonance going where we want the original protocol TM, except we also want to put in coin whitelisting, whatever it's called, coin stealing, so that we can transfer Satoshi's coins out to persons who would think that they should have those coins even though they don't, and trying to override the sort of cryptographic rules of the system with their own dodgily implemented scammy legal thing, right? So that's why they can't do it.
Yeah, it was kind of a rhetorical question, to be honest, but like
well, we can't do it, BCH can't do it because it's not a regressive chain, because it follows the original model of, and this is what it comes down to, right? Is it like, it's that same thing in the split. BTC got the brand and maybe the original syncing client, but I think that's probably bullshit, but maybe they did. And BTC got the idea. I'm here for the concept. You know, I'm here for a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and that's definitely going to come up with what Cyprian was saying about ordinals, like, because that's where he already knows he's going to have Shinobi over a barrel, because it's a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and now we've got people putting JPEG dumps in our chain, which we didn't even intend. It would be different if they'd added that as a feature, but they didn't add it as a feature. They discovered it as a feature, which fits in nicely with the whole BTC narrative about, oh, the immaculate Bitcoin was not invented, it was discovered. Like it was like rare earth metal that somebody tripped over and found the welcome stranger gold nugget and was like, here it is, rather than Satoshi combining some ideas and coming up with stuff. So anyway, let's give him a bit more time.
It decides. People decide. Like, one of the last comments Satoshi ever made before he disappeared was talking about merge mining and not trying to do everything on the Bitcoin blockchain, because in his exact words, users might become increasingly tyrannical about limiting the size of blocks to make it easy for small devices to validate. His last comment on that whole topic before he left was, maybe things should be isolated more intelligently, because ultimately users might decide this. He pretty much implicitly acknowledged that his attitudes didn't matter. His plans or ideas didn't matter. It's up to what users of this thing decide. And ultimately, it's pretty clear right now, unless there is a wild shift in things, the market has clearly decided one thing. So the entire semantics debate, to me, is entirely uninteresting. I think the important thing is the actual objective, distinct properties that each system has and the differences in those properties between other systems. Because ultimately, the market made the decision it did for a reason, and it's the properties of the things that they make these decisions with. And I think that is much more interesting, much more to the heart of this whole divide in the first place.
Yeah. The market has decided, this is just nonsense, right? If the market had decided, he wouldn't be doing this podcast right now. He wouldn't need to have this debate if it had been conclusively won. It's as simple as that. And even though, as we just saw, BCH is maybe near all-time lows against BTC, BTC isn't necessarily crushing it. It isn't taking over the world. There isn't billions of people using the Bitcoin chain or even using Lightning Network or even close. The El Sal stuff is looking shakier than ever, right? The Laserrise trend has been on the decline. They don't have a conclusive victory, and it's the biggest form of gaslighting to say that they do. And it's so ironic that he says in his words, he just said that Satoshi essentially predicted the block size war and said that users would stage some kind of co-op where they said, we're going to, we need to run them on our devices. And that wasn't actually the point of the system. Satoshi was definitely a big blocker. There's zero question about that. So he's kind of wrecked himself with his own argument, but he's just lacking the self-awareness to realize it.
And it's not just a semantics debate about what fits this word better.
What did the market decide? Like, I've heard this, the market has decided thing. Like, I've heard this from your camp for years and years and years.
Bitcoin is the most liquid thing. It's the most adopted thing. It's the most used thing. It's the most valued thing. And that is objectively, undeniably demonstrated. Okay, so can you say the things again? Can we just walk through them? So you said Bitcoin is the most liquid thing. Can we just start with them one by one? And just talk about the metric? I'm not discussing the semantics of what qualifies a label to one thing.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
If we're gonna have a debate, we have to define the terms. If you're going to say something and you're going to use a word, we have to define the terms. So you said Bitcoin is the most liquid thing.
in market cap. It's the most valuable as a single asset in terms of liquidity traded on a regular basis.
Okay, can we take these one by one, right? Because there's an audience, right? So this audience is trying to understand. So let's take them one by one. So you said it is the most valuable by market cap, right? And so valuable by market cap means, so let's explain market cap to people, right? So
well, just really quick, let me try and lay these out
please.
in
Yes,
the
please.
way I'm thinking. The market cap is simply the dollar value of every outstanding share of something.
Well, that's not what market cap is.
Well, it's the capitalization of the entire thing, and specifically looking at things like equities, like cryptocurrencies. That's what that metric is. It is every outstanding unit, and what is the current aggregate value of all of the outstanding units.
No,
and
that's not true. That is not what it is. That is not. Can we stop, Brian? We need to stop. That's not what the metric is.
Hold on.
The reason I bring up market cap and liquidity at the same time is because market cap is meaningless without regular liquidity actively trading to back up that market cap.
Yes,
which is why I brought those two things up together.
Okay, so let's first define what the market cap metric actually is. And the reason I'm not doing this, Brian, as like a gotcha. I'm doing this because there's an audience of people, and there's people who actually don't know what market cap is. So like if we were doing this privately, I know that we both know what market cap is, so no problem, right? But since there's an audience, it's like I don't want us to get down a rabbit hole where they tune out, right? So I want them to be able to follow what it is that we're saying. That's why we're doing it in public. So
I feel like this is one of Vin's tricks. He seems like such a nice guy, and we need to define these terms. We need to be on the same page. But maybe I'm just like an angry. I know the Bitcoin Cash community uses it so often, but maybe I'm just like an angry ex-girlfriend, like sour about previous conversations. It's like I think he's trying to define terms here to take control of the conversation, not because it's important for him to get the audience to know. Like, it seems like a bunch of shit.
Well, I mean, it's just the classic case of there's many different ways to win a debate, right? If you look at someone like Richard Hart, he has some regular ways that he sort of attacks debates that he's used to getting people onto certain terms or having certain talking points that he is well versed on that he will then battle on. And it's the same like we've seen here with Cyprian. He started the debate by saying, okay, are we going to make it big blockers versus small blockers rather than BTC versus shitcoins? And now I'm not actually sure what fine line he's about to draw on market cap. I mean, Shinobi's definition, it wasn't perfect, I'd say, because it's the price of the unit times the outstanding units. I guess that's not exactly the same as the outstanding value of all of them, because if you have 1 million coins that are worth $1 each and you just sell one for $1, but then the other 999 I put in my vault and we never trade them, obviously you couldn't get $1 million out of that, right? So there's some nuance here, but I think you're right that it's a strategy to try and fight over specific little definitions, and he's going to have a follow-up. There's going to be, the market cap is this. He's going to draw some fine distinction and then use that to ping off from there. But it's a weird strategy, because I think in this scenario, he's probably better off saying, well, what is Bitcoin? His argument really should be cutting to the white paper, probably should be saying, well, do we agree that Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer electronic cash system? If he starts there, he's in a much stronger position. If he goes into, not semantics, because semantics is quite important, but if he goes into fine-grained quibbling over market cap, the reason Shinobi wants to argue about that is because that's where BTC does have a strong numerical advantage, just not a conceptual or philosophical one.
I also love Hotep's face here. He's just like, what the fuck, guys?
Market capitalization. How we measure market capitalization, if we're talking about crypto and Bitcoin specifically, right? So when people go to coin market cap, this is actually really important because most people don't know this. When they're looking at the market cap, and it's ranked by market cap, So what is market cap? It's this. You say, as Brian said, it's the number of outstanding units in circulation. So you'll see that the number of units in circulation times the most recent exchange rate.
Yes, that's literally what I said. The current
it isn't
price.
Because you said it's the market price of all outs. You said it's the market. You said it's the value of all outstanding. But it's not the value of all outstanding, because if we sold
market price, which is what I said.
But let's be clear, because it's very important to understand whether or not market cap is a good metric. And I'm saying this. And again, Brian, I'm not.
You're literally just saying what I was saying. It is the outstanding shares of a thing times the current market price. And I brought up liquidity because that's meaningless if there is not constant trading liquidity around those prices. If there's no one there to buy the thing at the current market price, then the market cap doesn't mean anything. You have to have the liquidity in that price range to actually back that up.
I'm not arguing, right? There's a lot of people listening who don't even understand what liquidity is, and we're going to get into that in just a second, right? So like, you got to understand, dude, like the audience that's here, we're trying to help them follow. This isn't like our inside baseball Bitcoin podcast that we're used to being on, or economics podcast, right? We're expanding to a little bit of a larger audience, right? So here's the deal. So this is what people should understand. And this is the reason why a lot of people say that market cap in crypto is bullshit. Not necessarily for BTC, right? But just as a metric in general. And here's the reason why, okay? So as we both just said, it's the number of outstanding units in circulation times the most recent market price. That will give you market cap. So how do you have $1 billion market cap crypto? Well, step one, you create a cryptocurrency and you issue 1 billion tokens into circulation. Step two, you sell one token for $1 on a public exchange. Step three, there is no step three. You have $1 billion market cap by the metric on CoinMarketCap. Okay. Now, this is the reason why, quite rightly, Brian is saying you got to have the volume next to it too, for it to be a signal of anything valuable. Because otherwise, you're right, it's BS. If you have no volume, and you can have, but here's the problem with volume, because what he's calling liquidity is really volume. And people could go and look at that 24-hour volume metric. The problem with the volume metric is it's all coming from exchanges. Custodial exchanges. That's what's being measured on like CoinMarketCap. And so every exchange creates volume. So if I'm on both sides of the deal, I can wash trade back and forth. I can do $100 of BTC for $100 of USDT, then trade it back to myself. Now it's 200 in volume. Trade it back to myself. Now it's 300 in volume. Trade it back to myself. Now it's 400 in volume. Trade it back to myself. Now it's 500 in volume. It's not, that signal by itself means nothing. So when we say the market has to, and we know there's wash trading, there's not even a question. There's bots. We know this is not even, there's no question about this.
I don't get what the point is bringing this dynamic up in this
because
context,
you're saying that's how the market decides. If you're going to say it's an important metric, you've got to explain how it's a valuable metric.
What you are saying or implying is that no market, because every commodity, asset, equity is traded on the exact same type of centralized thing, no market is actually a valuable signal. And you're trying to kind of hinge your argument on this rationale that applies to literally every stock exchange, futures exchange, everything.
Those are regulated entities, because, Brian. You know, those are regulated in a way that...
And high frequency trading still happens all the time.
Absolutely.
This is just a terrible argument right here. Kind of on both sides. Why is Vin trying to get into, well, the exchanges aren't regulated, therefore it's all a bit squirrely and BTC is not the top dog? Like, this is a bit of a nonsensical argument going on here. And then from Shinobi's point of view, his argument is basically higher price equals winner, which is also clearly nonsense, because if that was the case, he would have to accept that Ethereum is, especially over a multi-year time frame, gaining massively against Bitcoin. That's where Vin should be attacking his point. That's where Cyprian should be attacking his points. He should be saying, okay, so either you take the argument that the market has never finished deciding, because if it finished deciding, then why isn't US dollars going to be the world reserve currency for the rest of time? Why do the prices change every single day? Isn't the market, if it's decided, then there should be an end point, and you can tell me at this time there was this price and then it never traded again, like for tulip bulbs, right? But he's not making that argument. And then if he wants to attack on the price specifically, he could say, okay, well, if price is your metric, do you accept that if the BTC price goes down or other cryptos are gaining ratio against it, then it's becoming less Bitcoin? If your whole argument is that Bitcoin is whatever has the highest price. So either of those would be a much better angle to take than quibbling about legal regulation, because legal regulation is clearly not going to be what's deciding what is or isn't Bitcoin. It's the public's perception.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to argue that market cap doesn't matter. And then what? It's still the best metric and the metric that everyone uses. It's like, yeah, art doesn't have any kind of like inherent, meaning or interpretation, but people can look at a piece of art and collectively agree like, oh, that has these connections to it. That is about this thing that was going on. I get it. I get the argument. What's the point? Like, I like that Shinobi's like, I just don't understand why you're bringing this up.
Well, you're right that he does need to push Cyprian on, if market cap is not the metric, what is? And I think a good answer to something like that would be like daily active users, for instance, which BTC is still winning at, but by nowhere near the same margin. And it's probably already been eclipsed by Ethereum, right? You could say people that are making an on-chain transaction would be an excellent metric. Or you could even have people who would accept it given the option in commerce. People who would, if you just divide the world into people who would say, no, I never want that, or people who are like, yeah, okay, if we were going to trade, I would do a deal with that. Maybe that kind of metric would be more useful. Of course, you can't get an exact count of that. You have to sort of do it by proxy. But there are better proxies to use in terms of like on-chain transactions or statistics from payment processes and things like that, rather than price. And market cap is even one further step removed from that. So at every layer that you get away from the signal, you introduce more noise and bias. And that's essentially why the price isn't, it's helpful, it's an indicator, but it's already a couple of layers away from the truth of what matters.
Do we have any like linguistic algorithms or something? Like when we're dealing with electrical noise, right? You can apply filters and get a pure signal. You can be like, okay, add a sine wave to it, or like the interference is this pattern, so we can add this to it and cancel out that. Do we have anything like that for conversations and like linguistic information?
That's a good question.
I would love to see something like that employed in social media. Jesus.
Well, that's what the whole social media, this is a bit of a tangent, but with chat GPT and stuff, it's what we're going to be living in a world where the signal to noise ratio is rapidly plummeting. That's why influence is a thing, because if you are an influencer, by definition, lots of people are deciding that your stream of information is where the high signal is, and that's what they're latching onto, right? And so that's why influence, social media influence, is going to be even more and more valuable in the future, because as fake information becomes cheaper to produce, the ability to produce reliable, known, trustworthy content is only going to skyrocket in value. And that's, of course, my exact strategy for creating this podcast. And the fundamental idea is I'm not a marketing genius, but if we're just making the best, highest quality content about Bitcoin Cash, and even hopefully in the end about cryptocurrency as a whole, then that will attract people's attention, and slowly but surely it is, right?
Yeah, but I wonder now, like, that's so much easier to market with controversy and like inflammatory statements and that kind of thing. And that doesn't have the staying power that truth has, but it gets eyes on something. And there can be a lot of damage done in a very short period of time in the right framing. I wonder, yeah, I guess it's a marathon, but I wonder how many extra things, like extra little pieces of bullshit and drama. And I remember this quote being around, I shared it on my Twitter a couple of years ago. It's like, it takes 10 times the amount of effort to disprove bullshit than it does to create it.
But it's like 100 times as resilient over time. And that's why time is such an important metric, like Lindy, right? It's much harder to cheat that with bullshit. It's still possible. And that's still the reason why BTC is still the king today, but it's less and less the king as time goes on. And this is the argument that Cyprian should be taking, but instead he's getting lost in the minutia.
Scandals where this shit happens.
But it's a scandal in those industries. It's not the norm.
Yeah,
it's a scandal. It's not the norm in those industries. No, it's norm in this industry.
In this industry too. And as well, that also would mean that it applies to literally every single asset in this space and not just Bitcoin.
It does.
So again, it's not a rational distinction in your overall argument.
You're contradicting your point. You're contradicting your own point.
Then, can I please respond? Please do. You can look at the blockchain and see the aggregate withdrawals from and deposits to exchange. So you're not just looking in a vacuum at the activity that the exchange is publishing and claiming data on. You can also see the net flow in and out of exchanges that correspond with different market movements. So this is not some kind of thing where we have no insight into actual trades when people buy Bitcoin and withdraw it, or when people are depositing to trade. We can see those aspects of things too. So the picture is a little more complete than your previous comments imply it.
So then let me not imply that, because I certainly was not trying to imply that we are unable to have. You're absolutely right, and I actually think that that's a pretty good metric, right? How much is moving onto and off of exchanges? So what I would ask you is, where is that metric being reported? Because that is not the metric that is on CoinMarketCap. You so rightly said.
Glassnode, Bitcoin Magazine, I think, has a pro service for that shit. Like on-chain analytics, looking at correlation to price movements like that is a massive branch off of Chainalysis industry at this point.
Absolutely. And where can the average retail trader, such as the person who is viewing CoinMarketCap, what site can they go to right now and see that, to see where the market has really decided?
Just look around. I think lop.net has a massive list of different information resources and things you can look up. But just Google like blockchain analytics, Bitcoin, or it's out there. Like there are Glassnode is one service. I don't know how much they put out for free versus their paid subscription.
Do you subscribe to that? Do you subscribe to that?
No, I don't.
Do you know the metric that you're describing? Do you know that number? Do you look at it regularly?
Not regularly enough to look up the real time statistics of it.
Not even real time. I'd say when was the last time that you saw like month over month
well, I mean, until this latest price jump, though, that was trending down. The number of coins held on exchanges was just going down for months on end until this last price jump, and then things started flipping around.
Well, I was more going on liquidity, right? Because liquidity is about velocity of movement. So really if we're looking at volume, right? If we're talking about liquidity, that's going to be about velocity, right? A day over day, how much is moving? Right. So I'm asking you that on-chain data that you're describing, which of course, absolutely, you could do the analysis on it. I'm just asking, since you've said that the market has decided that would mean that decision was based upon a metric that you're citing, which is liquidity. You're saying there's on-chain liquidity. I'm asking you, what is the on-chain liquidity for you to be able to say the market has decided? And you're telling me that you haven't seen the number.
No, I'm not telling you I haven't seen the number, Vin.
Well, what's the number?
I haven't. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Well, what's the number? I mean, if you've seen the number, what's the number?
No, dude, this is like.
This isn't a winning argument in the sense that it's rational or logical, but it's a winning argument in the sense that you're getting destroyed in a debate where Cyprian has created a box and now he's got Shinobi in it, and he's gonna struggle to get out of it, which I think we're gonna see here. So this is something very important about debates, which is there's two things simultaneously going on in a debate. There's one thing which is having the better argument, and the other thing is being better at arguing, right? So here we're seeing an example of Cyprian being better at arguing, but that doesn't mean he actually has the better argument.
I do love just the under the breath, Jesus fucking. Like, I feel like anytime I hear that, I'm like, okay, this is a real person. They get a little extra respect for me.
Well, he knows he's been cornered. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. What's his Houdini escape? Let's hear it.
Such ridiculous, just got you, give me exact figures when you literally just acknowledge
dude,
the validity
a round number.
What round number? Like, how many coins get deposited a day onto exchanges? How many get drawn off of exchanges? And that aggregate between them? They're like, what do you mean? Just give me the number. The number of what? Like, you're playing rhetorical games right now, performatively.
No, you brought up
instead of actually just discussing the matter.
I'm dude. If you're gonna tell me that, hey, this metric says the market has decided, and the metric that you said was liquidity, then you said that there is on-chain liquidity numbers, and those on-chain liquidity numbers are going to back up your assertion. I asked you, what's the number?
What I said was the price, the market cap, in combination with the liquidity, demonstrate a choice by the market. And what you're doing is just continually trying to dive more and more into the minutia of single little variables.
Can I hop in? Can I hop in? Can I hop in right quick? All right, let's just clear up some confusion from what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is Shinobi has said the market has decided, and he listed, I think, maybe 3 or 4 bullet points. And then Cyprianus has come in and said, okay, let's break these down one by one. And the first one you mentioned was liquidity. And I think what Cyprianus is trying to say is liquidity needs to be defined. And if we can say, hey, here's the liquidity of BTC, then maybe we can compare it to the real liquidity of another coin or something else, and then decide, well, have the markets really decided? Because if we look at the true liquidity of BTC and not the market cap, we might see a different story. Is that correct?
That's
every
what I'm saying.
Coin. No, like, see, I think what this is just a fundamental misrepresentation of how pricing things work.
Okay, how does pricing things work? Give us economics 101 here.
Everything is always priced on the margin.
This is a classic. You can already see Cyprian's eyes lighting up here because this is a classic of BTC maximalists, that they have this idea that they know quite a lot about economics. And so when they're getting pushed around a bit, they'll go back to this kind of fairly shallow level of economic knowledge and want to argue about that. And you can already see Cyprian, he's already preparing another salvo because he knows he could just get Shinobi to look like a complete idiot talking about economics. It's kind of like the techno babble of people who aren't really engineers, and then they just say a bunch of technical stuff, and that can maybe work to a clueless audience. But if you're debating an actual engineer, you're just going to get wrecked. And this is the same thing, where there's a lot of this sort of pseudo economics gets propounded about gets mentioned, but it doesn't hold up in a real debate against somebody, especially somebody like Cyprian, who knows he's going to let him say something stupid and then just tear it apart. So I think that's what we're about to see here.
Like, it's not just all the money decides one thing. The active money buying and selling something on the margins, which is a very, very small percentage of all the money that exists out there, is pretty much how the prices of everything is set.
Correct.
Like, if there is a small group of people who want to pay more for something, the price will go up. You will get no debate from either one of us about basic economics on price. I think everybody here will 100% agree with you on how price is determined. You will get there are no communists here. The point though is, like, what are you trying to do here? Are you trying
this is what I'm trying to say.
Actually just simplify definitions before a discussion?
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. You made a statement. Your statement is the market has decided. And I've heard
it has decided right now that this is the most valued thing right now. It has objectively decided
what
is
the market has
by every economic signal.
I haven't even started. Like, I have not disagreed with you at all yet. I know you're feeling like maybe I'm being antagonistic towards you. I have not disagreed with you. I am only trying to understand what
if you
you're
want to
saying.
Simplify definitions, then let's just.
Here we have some more debate trickery here, is that Cyprian's just getting under his skin to trigger him some more. This is a classic way of he's got Shinobi a bit triggered. You can hear he's a bit rustled and a bit riled up. And if you then come in with I'm not even disagreeing with you, man, that's just gonna set him off even more, right? And it's probably actually true. It's actually technically correct, and what he's going to say is, look, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of some definitions, which is true, but it's leaving out the part that he's deliberately kind of trying to kindle a fire here. This is not some accident that you're getting a bit triggered. It's a very deliberate strategy.
I mean, at this point, they're both like pretty professional trolls, right? And maybe not troll would be the word that they use, but Shinobi, I guess, Brian trolls. But I think Vin has had years of practice doing this at this point.
But it's not. It's the point. That I just want to be clear to the listeners about is this. It's like he's maybe able to get the upper hand in the debate in terms of he's able to rile up Shinobi's emotions, but it's a little bit disappointing to see him trying to win or trying to get some sort of bully clout in this discussion with that, rather than, like, for instance, if Shinobi was not triggered or he was thinking along these lines, he could fire back and say, look, you're trying to say that you're not disagreeing with me because you're drawing fine lines about technicalities and about definitions, when the whole point is we're actually trying to have a discussion. So can we move past that to find an actual point that we disagree on? I did like Hotep Jesus, though. His interjection with his summary was actually pretty on point. I thought that was he did a pretty good neutral job of defining what they've got into, and he's clearly recognized that first initial point about there being 4 points about the liquidity and whatever those other metrics are, and I expect that he'll probably bring that back later into the debate. I would guess, but if so, I don't know how much more. Like, ordinals was not going to be in that list at all, so that's got to be in there somewhere. And I don't really know how Cyprian is going to do in terms of making a convincing case if he's just fighting with him over these 4 metrics that they said at the start. He might be able to win on argumentation, but I don't think it's actually a very strong logical case.
Simplify definitions.
Okay.
And
so can I? So let's do it.
semantics.
Okay. So let's simplify it. The market has decided. Can you just say the market has decided what, so that we can start
I did
there?
from the very beginning.
Can you say
I
it
did just 10
Okay,
seconds
the market
ago
has
that
decided.
this is the most valued thing in this space right now. It objectively is. It has been consistently in that place in the market.
And
so
I
it's
will
not even
not-
just now, it's a long history of that.
I will not disagree. I will not disagree. The market has decided, let me be sure that I'll say it back because I don't think there's a disagreement. The market has decided that this is the most valuable thing in this space right now. And by this, you mean the BTC network. Is that correct?
Yes, Bitcoin. But my point is that stated, the semantics about what is Bitcoin is irrelevant. The interesting thing, in my opinion, and the valuable thing for people listening to discuss is what are the differences in characteristics of these different things that have led a market to make that statement and how it prices things.
Okay.
I think
let's do it.
thing.
Let's do it. And I will do that with you and we can walk through that. Okay. But before we do, I want to say this, and I hope that the same way that I am conceding to you that at this moment, and I think that there will be some Ethereum people who would disagree with that. And I think that there's some ways that we could do this metric that would say that the market has actually decided Ethereum is the most valuable. But I will concede to you. Well, because if we add up the market cap and liquidity of every single token that moves on the Ethereum network, it blows BTC out of the water. Right? But we won't even do that. I will concede to Brian. I will concede to Brian that BTC is, the market has decided as a whole that it is the most valuable network of all of the networks. I will concede to you on that. No problem. Now, at this time, now, what can we acknowledge as we move forward? Because I think that this is important, Brian. Are you willing to acknowledge that what a market has decided in a given moment as being the most valuable thing at that time does not mean that 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years into the future, that the market will be saying that the same thing is the most valuable thing?
Yeah, of course not. That's
Okay,
a
so we'll
ridiculous
concede to
statement.
that.
But we're also not looking at just right now in a vacuum. We are looking at how many years now? 14 years of consecutive moments saying that same thing.
Yes.
So that is
100%.
an important part to consider and
100%.
contextualize it.
100%. And when it comes to how markets move, though, will you concede that something can be? I will take BlackBerry as an example. Right? They had all of the market share in 2017. They don't exist now. And it took mere years after the iPhone was introduced.
I don't mean to cut you off, but yes, of course I will acknowledge that.
Okay, then let's move forward.
Which is exactly why
let's move forward.
I want this conversation to be about the characteristics of these.
Okay, let's do it.
Over anything else, because there are reasons that moves like that happen. They didn't just happen because they can happen.
Let's do it. I want to hear why, and I think in this context we're Bitcoiners, right? So it's like my first coins were on my first time running a node. My first coins were on BTC. My first code that I ever wrote, the first time that I ever broadcast a transaction with code that I wrote was on BTC, right? I
know you've been around.
So the thing is, we're Bitcoiners here. So what we're going to talk about and what we're going to debate is a series of decisions that have been made by different communities who are all Bitcoiners, right? Who all believe, I think that what everybody should understand is that we all believe that we are following Satoshi's vision, right? So whether I think you're wrong or whether you think I'm wrong, let's at least acknowledge to each other, right, that I believe that the decisions that I'm following along are following Satoshi's vision, and you believe that as well, and that sort of belief can lead to two different decisions. You don't believe that?
I believe that you believe you are doing that. I don't give a shit what Satoshi's vision was.
Okay, good.
He made a thing. He walked away from it. His tone of walking away was literally, "You guys do what you want with this."
All right, so we've had Cyprian finally get around to okay, the market is literally just a snapshot in time, and that BTC can and potentially will be dethroned. We also had him bring up the angle that I said about Ethereum. That's just such a strong argument. And of course, in this case, Cyprian pulled a bit of a fast one because he's kind of had his cake and eaten it too, where he wanted to say, let's do BTC small blocks versus big blocks, and kind of avoided getting into the whole crypto side of things. But then when it suited him, suddenly you brought in Ethereum as an example. So that was a bit of a sneaky move right there. And now he's got another strong point that he's building here, which is, okay, do you agree that like this kind of argument to Satoshi's original intention is something that he is well prepared to absolutely win on? So it's kind of stupid, but also very telling if Shinobi says, like he just did, that, oh no, Satoshi left and what he wanted or what he thought he was making doesn't matter, and he left it up to the users and the users have decided this. Well, like that's why Cyprian is making a big point about, I started on the Bitcoin chain, I've been involved in all this stuff, because then when Shinobi says the users have decided, which is just another version of the market has decided, then he can say, yeah, well, a lot of them decided to leave. What about that? What about all the Bitcoin OGs who left? What about all the ones who were working on other cryptocurrency projects? What happened there? If it was the same project or it had the same vision, the same momentum, why did they all ditch? And in fact, it's conceivable, probably even likely, that more than half of, if you took a snapshot of the BTC community as of, 2015 or maybe even 2017, that more than half of those people would have moved on or changed their focus or are no longer primarily involved in pushing BTC. So it's pretty easy to make those grounds that we can see the basis for a shift in the market, and that what Bitcoin used to be is no longer what it is, or what BTC, is no longer the original Bitcoin. That's essentially what this is going to wind its way around to.
This thing, that's not my decision. I do not care what Satoshi's vision was. I care about what is the most impactful, valuable thing that can be done for people.
Okay, great. So Satoshi, what Satoshi intended for the protocol that he introduced, his intentions are of, they are not a valuable thing to you in terms of making your decisions. Is that correct?
No, not at all. He changed his mind and proved himself wrong more times than I can count in the year or so that he was actively involved in development. And 90% of what has been built and shown possible on this system are things that he could not even imagine, did not see coming at all in any of the shit that he wrote. He literally begged people, when people figured out how to mine with GPUs, please don't do this for a while until we can figure out how to not break this and make it centralized, because he didn't see that coming.
So maybe let me narrow then when I say Satoshi's vision, because I agree with you on what you just said, right? Which, as a developer, like many, many times I have written protocols, and then the thing I've written in the protocol, when I actually do the implementation and it runs, especially at scale, I realized the protocol has to be updated, right? Because what I wrote, I had some assumptions that at scale, they actually proved out that actually I was wrong on this, right? I'm more referring to, let's narrow it, right? So, because you're right, let's narrow it. Let's narrow it down to the white paper and the intention of what he's trying, because he lays out what he's intending to try to build. Let's get outside of
Jeremy, you've been predicting all of the points so far, like before, a minute or two before they come along.
People are going to think, no, Jeremy did actually watch this beforehand. He knows all the but I genuinely, I did. I don't know. It's just very obvious where things are going to go, I think.
the technical, because of course things like longest chain, we know, no, it's most cumulative proof of work. Longest chain is not really right. How he describes transactions, we don't end up using transactions that way, right? Like even like the idea of pay to public key, which is what he has in the white paper, we use pay to public key hash as the base now. We don't use that anymore. So like, I absolutely, right. Outside of the technical, I'm talking about the fundamental intention of like, what's the why behind why he's trying to build this? And overall, what's the motivation of what he's trying to do in the white paper? Would you say that I'm calling that Satoshi's vision? So let me.
Yeah, I mean that's why I said like I believe you think that
okay.
Like,
just a note, this is terrible by Vin to keep banging on about Satoshi's vision. That's just the worst phrase to use because BSV exists. He should say, yeah, Satoshi's intention or Satoshi's plan or goal, or almost anything would be better than Satoshi's vision. And if I was Shinobi, I would be at least correcting that, if not trying to score some cheap points out of it. But anyway.
in the first place, like what he wanted to do was have money people can use that cannot be diluted and cannot be fucked with. And the entire disagreement through this
Wait, is that what he wanted to do?
Yeah, he wanted a censorship-resistant, decentralized cash that could not be diluted by money printers and could not be frozen, or you could not be used to censor people. The entire root of this entire debate, disagreement, fracturing the blockchain into different forks and communities, all that disagreement comes down to is how to do that, to scale and accomplish that technologically. That is the root of literally everything in terms of the branching and the disagreement.
No disagreement from me. You have not.
Well, here we go. I don't know what Shinobi's background is, but I think he might have made a bit of a misstep here in saying technologically, because I'm not an expert on either of these guys' technical background, but I do know that Vin is actually Cyprian is actually a software developer, and he did used to maintain, I think he still does, the Badger wallet for BCH, which I think he now maintains on XEC, and he's built some crypto sites and stuff like that. So at least from my understanding, I don't think Shinobi is a developer. So getting into the weeds of arguing the technical or engineering merits of the white paper with somebody who's a much better technical developer than he is a very, very bad idea.
Not said anything so far that I have disagreed with, right? So far, every single thing that you've said, I have agreed with. But I just want to be clear, because as we move forward, I will probably, and this is just for me, right? Like for me, Satoshi's intention is crucial in terms of my orientation. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, that so that's clear, so that I don't put too much of that onto this. Like Satoshi's intention in the white paper, for you, that does guide you in terms of what you think is good or bad, or it doesn't guide you in terms of what you think is good or bad?
No, not in the sense because it's what Satoshi said. It's because I think that's a valuable thing.
Right. Yes.
I don't
not
care
because it's Satoshi. Not because it's
Satoshi thinks, what he said, what he tried to do. I care about what is valuable and what is useful to people, what is actually going to accomplish something politically, socially, economically that is of value to people in a way that does not take advantage of them.
Do not disagree.
Do not
disagree. Totally agree. But I'm asking you a specific question here, right? So I just, because it's, and I know that I know that I can be frustrating in this way, but I'm trying to frame this so that it's helpful, right?
No,
the concept, not because
those goals are goals I find important. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I was asking. Okay. I wanted to just make sure that we are speaking from that we were trying to move toward the same destination, right? So the goals that Satoshi lays out in the white paper of a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash would allow any two willing parties to transact.
I know the audience are a bunch of normies, but I'm an autist, so I'm sorry, but it falls to you to figure out how to bridge that.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to do, brother. I'm here. I'm trying to do it, man. I know you're a super smart guy, right? And I know that you know a lot about these systems. Some of the parts of the systems, like when we start talking about layer 2, you know a lot more than me, because I've never worked on layer 2s, right? Because I've just worked on layer 1. So it's like, so I want to be sure that we could get into a lot of this different stuff. I just want to make sure. So we are both Bitcoiners. Never mind Satoshi the man, but the concepts that were presented, that's what we're both working towards, right? Peer-to-peer electronic cash.
The NSA is a man?
Well, it's men. It could be men, whoever it is, right? But peer-to-peer, a truly peer-to-peer version of electronic cash that would allow any two willing parties.
I heard a little giggle in there, but I really hope that was just a joke. Like, why would you, if you genuinely believe that Bitcoin was created by the NSA, why the hell would you ever get involved?
Well, because the idea stands on its own, right? I mean, I don't mind who create. There's no problem with the NSA creating Bitcoin. The problem is if the NSA created Bitcoin and it has a vulnerability that only they know about, that's a problem. But that's a different thing to. I mean, that's probably likely. You would definitely be concerned about that if that was the case, right?
Yeah.
But that's the premise of why Bitcoin has lasted as long as it has. That it's all open source, it's all transparent. There's no hidden section of the white paper or hidden. If the maths didn't add up, then anybody should and hopefully would have found that vulnerability, right?
Yeah. Real quick, Fouad, they didn't create encryption. Like, cryptography's been around for probably a few centuries at this point. I'm sure like modern cryptographic algorithms were created by military specialists and that kind of thing. And I suppose we can use Tor as a parallel here because that was, I'm pretty sure, originally a research project between both the military and like MIT or some bullshit. So I guess, sure, there's plenty of people that use Tor that have the opposite intention to what like the NSA would desire or believed would happen with this. But yeah, SHA-256, yeah, I get you there. But I think the concept stands on its own, and I think knowing what I know now about how the past 5 years have gone, if I thought that the NSA created Bitcoin, I'd be like, it's a panopticon. I don't want to be involved in that. I don't want to be like, I would much rather be involved in Monero if I thought that the government had a finger on the button, so to speak.
Well, that just comes down to what they're arguing about, right? Which is the value of the creator. And probably, I don't know enough about it, but this is where you could get into there's a whole areas of English literature and stuff about, does the intention of the author matter in writing a certain novel, and how should a reader, does J.K. Rowling get to decide what is the true backstory of Harry Potter, or did she just write the books and now they exist as their own separate thing and people with their own agenda can read it in a different way? That's a philosophical debate as old as time itself. So trying to get to the bottom of that here is going to be going in circles to some extent, but I just can't help but feel that Shinobi's walking on thin ice here because Cyprian is directly quoting out parts of the Bitcoin white paper to him, which he seems to be unaware of. That Cyprian is just saying these phrases. He's using very deliberate phrases from the original white paper. So as much as this is a religious argument, Cyprian probably has the technological advantage, and he probably also knows the scripture better. So
and has this kind of religious, like pseudo-religious background to be like I'm sure he's had this exact conversation with other religious theology interested people. They're like, does who wrote the Bible matter? Who do you think wrote the Bible? And just gone on, what are the interpretations of blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. And the one thing I do wish that he would stop saying, I totally agree with you, man. I totally agree with you. No, you don't. No, you don't. Stop trying to make it this. And I'm just trying to phrase it for the audience. No, you're not. Let's dispense with that illusion, right? But obviously it serves his purpose because he's trying to position himself as, I am the good guy in this in this discussion and use that to subtly add credibility to his point. And that's irrelevant. And actually, you're trying to win a debate. So let's just be upfront about that.
So can we sum up like the points that we're 40 minutes in? So it's like what the argument is about, the points that they have made, and then run a quick ad break?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Did you want to do that summary? Have you got something in mind for that, or do you want me to do it?
So I still, maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention, but what the hell are they arguing about? Is it Bitcoin versus shitcoins? Is it small blockers versus big blockers? Did they agree on what the hell they're arguing about?
Well, I think essentially Hotep Jesus made the best point is they started out with Shinobi essentially trying to say BTC is the best because it has the best market cap, liquidity, and a couple of other things. Then they went on to a tangent for about 15 minutes arguing over what is market cap.
So the argument is
what is liquidity?
BTC versus shitcoins.
Yeah, roughly. I think it was just BTC versus everything. And Shinobi kind of traps himself in that way where if that's cutting off a lot of avenues, which is what we saw with Cyprian bringing in Ethereum at a convenient moment. That seemed to be more the debate. And it's moved on to the semantics, the intention of bit, which is much stronger ground for Cyprian as well. And they're now getting around to the white paper and what was actually being created. So I assume we're about to see a bunch of discussion about what actually is Bitcoin. And this is where Cyprian's just going to be able to win with no question, because if you read the white paper, it's clearly not BTC. And at some point, I assume ordinals will get mentioned. I know Cyprian's got that one in the chamber. So
It's to transact directly without going through a financial institution. That's what we're about, right? Both of us.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yep.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so then let's do it, man. So talk about how we maybe we can start it with the block size debate. Maybe if you want to break down for people like what was the problem that was encountered, and then maybe if you want to represent what the two sides said the solution was. And I think that's probably a good way to start, because that'll frame off all the.
You want to place bets right now on whether or not Vin's going to be like, no, so what you're saying is, like, just reframe
it. Very highly likely, but it's just we've come 35 minutes forward and haven't got past that exact point that I said at the start, that we're going to rehash the block size wars. Why? Because the problem has not been resolved and BTC hasn't won. To the extent that they did win or get control of the narrative, it was through censorship rather than truth or logical debate. And so the pesky thing about the truth is that it doesn't stop being the truth. It doesn't just go away. So as they get into these arguments, Shinobi he's just got the weaker side, basically, and he's going to struggle because in a scenario where he can't censor Cyprian's arguments, he's not going to be able to win. And he's used to discussing people who don't know these issues as well or better than he is. He's used to preaching to like people who have never heard the other side of the argument to begin with.
I really wish we could see an honest debate where it was like, listen, I don't give a shit what you think. This is Bitcoin because I said so, and that's all that matters to me. It's like, this is Bitcoin, change my mind. And then walk through the step-by-step shit. But to be like, well, like, it just seems like a bunch of nitpicking teenage girl bullshit that I don't care about. Like, what's going on? We're watching some people debate BTC versus everything.
Yeah. Well, it is very, it's just like any religious discussion or debate. Obviously, you and I care about this question a lot. What is Bitcoin? So does Cyprian, so does Shinobi, right? And maybe that nitpicking is going to go on. That's why I like the whole schism type of analogy to religion, because those debates can go on for hundreds of years and are only proven in reality as one side or another slowly gains traction in the world, because if they have a better idea, then over longer periods of time that should grow to prominence. But the minority forks are never out of it unless they actually completely die. right?
I am
Earlier to what you said about proof of work chains. What we've seen is that very bullishly for Bitcoin, all forks, the proof of work stuff is very, very resilient, even in the face of quite a lot of issues. So it's very hard to kill a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I am kind of curious too, like, you know, with religions, like there have been, like, it's, you know, at times ended in bloodshed, ended, and it's still perpetuating, right? But like people have died over these silly ideas, and I'm curious, like, will we ever see something like that in crypto? Where, like, I know in episode, like a while ago, we talked about eventual crypto wars, but I wonder, yeah, I really wonder if people are willing to, and I don't want to see this, but just start aggressively, like in real life, fighting. And I do, and this is a fucking tangent that I'm just too caffeinated and probably shouldn't even bring up, but I wonder how much of the drama that we've seen in St. Martin recently has been political war bullshit, where it's like, we don't like, and again, I'm sorry for bringing this up real quick. Plan Marcus, when St. Kitts and St. Martin first put out the thing that was like, we're looking into making Bitcoin Cash as legal tender, Plan Marcus on Twitter was like, this is a problem, I'm on top of this shit. Then Bryson kind of, not necessarily pivots, but adds this like, oh, well, we're going to use Tron because there's a...
There's a precedent.
There we go. Precedent in Dominica, and Plan Marcus puts out another tweet that's like, you can't just take your, you can't just like, oh fuck, I wish I had it like ready, but it was like, just because Justin's son bribes you with all this Tron doesn't mean you can like make the people of your island suffer. And then there's this arrest rumor, and he's like, oh, it's because Roger's bribing you. And it's like, this Plan Marcus guy just hates the fact that St. Martin is looking into anything other than BTC. And to know that he has connections with Samson Mao, and they have political goals, like, it pisses me off so much. Like, don't do this shady backdoor shit. I would much rather people just physically fight in the meat space than like hire politicians and private fucking militias and all this bullshit. Oh my God, it pisses me off so much.
That's the point. That's what Bitcoin is all about, right? It's an informational warfare. Clearly, whoever has decided to attack or push back against cryptocurrency adoption in whatever way, everything from Paul Krugman to every person who you've ever met who says Bitcoin is not real money, whatever way they've decided, clearly a military attack is not possible. There's never been any raids on mining farms to try and shut them down, or if there is, they're not public knowledge to my knowledge, and nor so I don't think it's even been attempted. But even if it had, it clearly wasn't effective. So it is just all about politics and economics and sociology. It's an informational battleground rather than a physical one.
Yeah, I get that. I just like there's a lot of areas where I wish people would just be more civil, and then there's a lot of areas where I think over socialization is more dangerous than being less civil and just putting your dukes up, getting it done with.
Some direct physical consequences often.
Yeah,
changes the
because
tenor of things. Yeah.
It's more costly than intellectual debates and hiring like lobbyists and politicians and stuff. When you see people in physical suffering, people are reminded, oh, this is a big deal. Like, and I don't think there's too many degrees of separation when you go through this extra, what I'm calling over socialized arguments, I guess.
Well, that comes to the advanced status of human civilization and Bitcoin's potential to free us all from war by making what's it called, energy level violence an inefficient way to acquire resources. But that's by the by. Let's crack on with this debate.
Yeah.
Decisions that are made after that.
Well, what Bitcoin does at the root of the protocol is effectively provide a way to prove that some arbitrary data did not get reassigned in ownership from one person to another person multiple times. Because if you cannot have a way to do something as final and guaranteed to have only happened a single time as handing somebody a physical cash note, then you can't have money digitally that doesn't depend on some authority to decide when a transfer happened or not. That's fundamentally impossible to do without that guarantee. That's what the blockchain, that's what mining and proof of work guarantee, is a way that you can see that that thing that I want to spend or that I'm receiving when somebody wants to spend it to me only got given to me and not copied a million times and handed out all over the place. Because if anybody can do that, this is worthless. Like, why am I going to use this as money? Why am I going to value this in any way? And the whole contention was over whether you can actually verify and know that something changed hands once and only once and didn't get copied into infinity without actually having your own machine validating all of the transactions that happen as they happen and guaranteeing that this thing, Bitcoin, stays scarce, that nobody can just print it out of thin air and give it out all over the place, and that the monetary supply stays the same and never changes. And the entire disagreement at its root was whether it was important for every person using that system to be able to do that themselves on their own hardware, or whether it was okay for them to trust other people to check that for them and just hope that there is enough people.
Right. So this is a pretty interesting way of attacking it, and it's coming to the whole nodes. We are the node operators, which is the classic Shinobi position. And I think this is one that Cyprian's probably going to be willing to take, because fundamentally this was the root of the debate, and it's pretty easy to sort of debunk, I guess, in theory, because if all he needs to do is just make an answer. Is it better and more resilient for Bitcoin to have 10 million daily transactors and 100,000 nodes, or is it better to have 10,000 users with 10,000 nodes, right? Or hang on, have I got the numbers there right? Yeah, so essentially, is it better to have a huge pool of people with a smaller percentage but a larger real number running nodes, or is it better to have a kind of dedicated cult where everybody runs a node, but that system isn't scalable? And being on the more engineering side of the scale, that's where he should be attacking, because you are then essentially cornering Shinobi into admitting either that Bitcoin will not be able to serve large numbers of people, and therefore it's just a matter of time until a competitor is able to provide that, whether by improvements in hardware or improvements in software or improvements in marketing, whatever it is, right? Or if it's, or you have to say, well, it's going to get into second layers. That's what he's going to say is, no, but we can scale on Lightning. And then from there, Cyprian can say, well, then you're giving up custody of your funds, because there's no way to have a large pool of users non-custodially without increasing the block. There's just no way. It's impossible. So that's where I think the argument is going to go, probably.
I think too, like if they do get into the node stuff, they're going to get into the, well, is there much value in validating past transactions? Or what is the value proposition of this compared to enforcing consensus, right? Like, I really don't think, and I say this as someone that runs a validating node, I really don't think there's a hell of a lot of value to the average consumer to be like, yeah, the rules match the rules that people agreed about 6 months ago. Like, because something can happen, I'm not going to be aware of anything more than a split. I still have to figure out what the rules are for each chain and to decide for myself if I want to be a part of that. I don't know. I hope really, we get there.
Really what it comes down to, and I think the angle that Cyprian needs to take, is that the Bitcoin as an invention is about social consensus, and really it operates at the layer of people. The real nodes are people's brains, right? Because at the end of the day, this only has value if you will accept it as money. If you want to trade something and the other person will willingly accept it, that's actually what matters. So Shinobi and his laser eyes guys, they sort of see Bitcoin as this perfect invention that exists kind of in the physical network of the infrastructure. But that's not really the case at all, because if you told me I can switch off all of the tech that runs Bitcoin, or I can switch off the idea of Bitcoin in the minds of everyone who likes Bitcoin, clearly switching off the idea would actually kill it. Switching off the network wouldn't work, because they would just start up some new nodes, or they would start some new miners. So really, when anything happens, like with the chain splits, that's a question of the social idea in people's minds diverging. That happens before the technical split happens, and we've seen that again in BCH with BSV and eCash as well too, right? So that's the whole point. Bitcoin is an idea more than it, and that's where the whole Bitcoin is a protocol type of argument comes in, rather than it's not the actual physical machines running it. Not to mention the fact that the point of Bitcoin mining is to ensure that people don't need to run a node in order to have a high degree of confidence that the rules have not been broken. And that's where the white paper has the section on simplified payment verifications and Merkle proofs, which again, Cyprian is going to be far better placed to argue with Shinobi about, which Shinobi might not be expecting. So
doing that who are honest, that nobody's lying to you. That was the entire root of the disagreement. And I think that if people can't validate that themselves on their own device that they control, that just becomes a slippery slope of how long does it take for the group of people everyone is trusting to do that for them becomes so small that there's effectively no point in this. It's no different than banks. It's no different than what we have now. There are people in charge of what happens, what is allowed to happen or not, and there's no option. The entire value to me is that I can, on this little tiny box on my desk, verify all of that myself and not have to trust somebody else to not start bullshitting or grifting and printing money out of thin air because everyone who's checking that's all cool with it because we're all in on it and shit like that. If I can't check that shit myself, then to me, it's worthless.
And what would be the decision that could be taken, or the change that would be made that would and what would be the result? So in terms of if we're talking about the block size debate, I don't necessarily agree like that's what the argument was over, but that's what everybody, any two people who are arguing, they're arguing about different things. I'm willing to concede that was what your side believed the argument was over. And I think that's valid. It's perfectly fine. I run my own nodes too. So like I couldn't run my business if I couldn't validate my own transactions. Right. So I'll agree that that's a valuable thing. What would be the change, or what was the change or the fear? Let's say the fear, or the apprehension, or the thing that was not supposed to be done that would have risked your ability to validate your own transactions. What was that?
Increasing the block size,
and
increasing the amount of transactions.
Okay,
because it's my desktop cannot process the same amount of information that a Google data center can. And so if you say there are more than this amount of transactions allowed per block, that gets more and more expensive in terms of your computer needing to do work to verify. And after a point, it's literally just mathematically impossible for your computer to verify all that, because more data keeps getting added faster than your computer can verify it. And it's literally mathematically impossible for your own device to ever actually verify what's going on.
Okay, so
my concern over that is just you completely start breaking the system. You
Yes.
can't even know how much money you supposedly own unless somebody else's massive server lets you connect to them and lets you ask how much money you own. And it can even lie to you about that. It can withhold information from that. It could print money out of thin air if everybody else running those servers was cool with it, and nobody without one of those servers would ever be able to tell that happened. And
No disagreement.
At that point,
No disagreement.
At that point,
That's true.
What's the point of this?
Okay, so let me see it, and I just want to flesh this out like a little bit for the audience, right? Just so that they can maybe understand, because some of them don't know the blockchain, right? So, and if at any point you disagree with what I'm saying, go ahead and just like stop me and be like, no, and correct me, okay? So just so that everybody knows, every 10 minutes, the Bitcoin network, well, let's start before that. Transactions are moving throughout the network, being relayed by the nodes, which is what Shinobi is talking about here. Being relayed by the nodes. When you make a Bitcoin transaction from out of your wallet, not from an exchange between exchange participants, nothing moves on the blockchain then, but from out of your non-custodial wallet, and you make or your Lightning wallet, right? Nothing is going to move on the Bitcoin blockchain then until you have the closeout of your channel. But when you make a transaction, it's going to move, and all of the nodes are going to store that in like a cache, a queue. It's called the mempool. And they're going to wait until, and this includes the nodes that are mining. When a miner gets finds the hash, completes the proof of work, he's going to take all of the transactions that are there and he's going to timestamp them. And we call that a block. So every transaction, it's supposed to be every 10 minutes. It's every 10 minutes on average. People can go and look up how proof of work and mining operates if they want to do that. But let's just say we've got all these transactions. They're going to be stamped. Now, so basically there is necessarily a natural sort of bottleneck that comes with doing something this way. And the natural bottleneck is there's only a certain number of transactions that could be put in there. And not only transactions, but also complexity of transactions, because you can't just there's not just a single type of transaction you can make in Bitcoin. You can make some very complex transactions that actually take double, triple, sometimes 10 times the amount of time for that machine to be able to process and validate than just your average transaction, even though it may not be 10 times the size. So we've got this natural bottleneck of there's a set number of transactions that a machine of a certain set of capabilities, right? A system that has a certain number of resources, whether that's memory, processor power, whatever, can process, and also storage, right? Because at a certain point, all of these transactions go on, they all have a certain size. Every block, the blockchain, which is just a long string of these blocks stored as actual data, gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So the bigger each block that goes in, the bigger this blockchain gets. So you've got limited resources of a node, right? So if you've got a little tiny machine, you have limited processor, limited memory, and limited hard drive space. The more transactions per block, the more of that it's going to take. Here's the trade-off. The trade-off is if you limit the block size, you are able to enable more people to use less powerful devices to validate the chain themselves without relying on somebody else. As if you increase the cap on the number of, it's not the number of transactions, but it's the size of the block that's allowed. What happens over time is that, and the bigger it gets, you start cutting off the minimum system requirements. It's like people are used to that when they play video games, right? Where it'll say, hey, here's the minimum system requirements you have to be able to run this game. Otherwise, it won't run. So Bitcoin developers have this trade-off situation. Do we want it to run on the maximum number of machines? If we do, we have to limit the number of transactions that can come in every 10 seconds, which means we have to limit the total number 10 minutes, which means we have to limit the total number of transactions per second on average. Or they say, well, here's the trade-off. If we want to have more throughput, In other words, we want to allow more people to use this network for transactions, and we want more transactions to go into the blockchain. That's necessarily the trade-off is going to be that we're going to cut off, depending on how big we allow these blocks to get, we're going to cut off what computers can run this thing, right? And this was the block size debate. It was between two different groups, fundamentally. One group, as Shinobi said, saw the highest value and the most importance in, no, the maximum number of people need to be able to validate this themselves. That's the most important thing. If we lose that, we're going to lose all the value of Bitcoin. The other side said, well, if we limit the number of transactions, then
just real quick,
number of people less people can use it for commerce.
Real quick, Ben, I just want to tack on to I want to tack something on to the comment about wanting the most people to verify it themselves. That's also part of it, but a huge part of it is I want to be able to validate it for myself. I want to know,
and you don't want to spend
that money I have is really there.
And you don't want to spend $5,000 a month, right? And you don't want to spend $5,000 a month. You want to be able to do it on an affordable machine, right?
Yes, because to me, to people like me, the entire point is, well, I want something that I don't have to trust in.
I'm really curious where people get some of these hardware. Like he's pulling out this $5,000 a month thing. You can buy a used server for $2,000, which is, a lot to the good majority of the world. I'll acknowledge that. But that's a one-time upfront cost, and then the rest of your cost is electric. And I say that from experience. You don't need the newest server if you want crazy compute power. You can get something a decade old and still quadruple your compute power to a pretty damn good desktop. And people are already spending $1,000 on gaming desktops. I don't get the issue. And I don't understand these, $5,000, 12 months, $60,000 a year to run a node. No, maybe $3,000. With gigabyte sized blocks. I don't know. I just don't get it. It seems like bullshit.
Yeah, it is, but it kind of comes down to the fact that what Cyprian's trying to set up, what he doesn't even need to win the argument on the precise numbers, which is very ironic because it's the opposite of what it started out with, that quibbling over the exact numbers of the market cap and the on-chain liquidity, right? But he doesn't need to win the argument. All he needs to do is get Shinobi to acknowledge that 1 megabyte for the rest of time isn't a viable or a smart, rational solution, which should be pretty obvious because you can just say, well, in 100 years, will 1 megabyte of data still be that much money? No, right? Yeah. and so then he's just screwed. So that then you're essentially making the point that, okay, well, Bitcoin will be able to run on more and more and more nodes as it becomes less and less relevant to real world computing requirements, which is why, like you say, the video games comparison that Cyprian brings up as well too is a good one. Nothing lasts in perpetuity just because you make a one-time investment and then forget about it. That's a nonsense. In the real world, things take maintenance and upkeep. So the debate is, where should the burden of that system fall on the user base, right? And partly it has to fall on the node operators. If you want to run a Bitcoin node and have your super validating whatever, there's going to be some cost. It's not going to be $0 that this laptop that you bought in 2009 is going to work until the rest of time. If you want to stay an active participant, you're going to take some investment. Now, it doesn't have to be a lot, like you're saying, but it's clearly not going to be zero. And so, yeah, Cyprian, again, he doesn't even have to make an argument that Bitcoin Cash or XCC or BSV has the correct block size, because as soon as you're into arguing over what is the right limit, let's do a rational analysis of current available machines, projected hardware growth, blah, blah, blah. As soon as you're into that, that's big blockers of one. That's what the big block side is.
Why is there so much, do you think, there's so much focus on... Yeah, keeping the cost to validate low. And especially considering there isn't the like we've already accepted that ASICs control mining. Why wasn't there a massive like pushback? We need to allow everyone to be able to mine their own like.
Well, there was. That's why there was all the whole China FUD and the whole Jihan's ASIC boost was taking over the network. But that's where that element comes in. But of course, that's now been sort of swept under the rug because at the same time, the argument is, well, BTC has all the hash rate, therefore equals best, right? So that's trying to have both sides of the argument, right? But the reason that they want it's what Shinobi was saying. I think it's a philosophical point. I think that I should be able to validate it. And it's like arguing with a child, right? It's like if a child decides I want to sit on this point of the ground and not move because I'm having a tantrum, nothing else in the argument really matters. The only point from the child's perspective is you can't make me. And there is something to that, right? In the sense that the American Revolution was fought over you cannot tax us, and Bitcoin itself, it certainly has an element of that, just like we were talking about with the war. Just no, fuck you, don't tread on me, right? There's a lot of that going on with Bitcoin. And so people like Shinobi are just on the far end of that, and they just want to be antagonistic, or what's it called, disagreeable. They want to be disagreeable on that exact one point. So when Cyprian or anybody else is trying to have a rational discussion about the merits of an engineering system to provide end utility to users, they're not going to hear any of that, because in their mind, all they're hearing is the utility is you can't make me. And that's what they're optimizing for.
Yeah, I just don't understand why that's the hill to die on. Like, if I were going to say that I would say trying to sustain more equal distribution through keeping mining restricted to CPUs is a better hill to die on than we need to allow Raspberry Pis to validate transactions that already happened and will continue to happen regardless of if my node exists or not.
Well, yeah, I think it's just the same thing. It just comes down to these kind of philosophical points. If you dig deep enough on what is truth and who decides what is the truth, and obviously it's not true that you need to store the entire blockchain history because of Merkle proofs, and also because as BCH is hopefully moving towards, I saw, by the way, a bit of an aside, that hopefully in the 2023 upgrade, obviously we're having cash tokens and a few other things. The 2024 upgrade, I saw some people talking about UTXO commitments might be something that is kind of coming up on the agenda as people starting to think, oh, maybe it's time to do this, right? And that would mean that then the initial block download, you could backfill rather than work from, block 0 to block X. Instead, you can start at block X and work backwards, which means that you can spin up a node quickly and then have it backfill the rest of the information, which would solve a lot of these problems, right? But that puts the lie to the idea that, well, if you don't have the entire blockchain history, you don't have anything, because it kind of gets into like sharding. What if you had sharded nodes that you could have 10 nodes that each were storing a portion, and then they all synced up themselves? Like, well, I guess that comes into scaling. So there's a lot that goes into this, but the sticking point, the hill to die on, like you say, from Shinobi's point of view, is just that he needs to be able to start up his machine, his laptop that is special because he's got it or whatever, and run it from 0 to X, and that is the religiously adhered to truth, because it does have to be about truth. There can be no tiny imperfection in the blockchain. That's what it's arguing about. These ones and zeros are correct, and we have strong objective evidence for that in the terms of all the proof of work mining invested. Where Cyprian needs to get inside that loop is say, yes, but the reason the proof of work is valuable is because of the economic energy that was put into it. That's why you trust that, because you know that a lot of people put a lot of money into it, which they couldn't have done without putting that money in. You're not trusting the node so much as you're trusting the economic incentives of all the effort that's gone into it, which is why ASIC centralization in quotation marks is not also the be all and end all, because that was just more money poured into the system.
I was reading in the Bitcoin Cash Node Telegram Bitcoin Cash Autist made a post. Oh, I think it's just about getting blocks through an RPC call. Okay, never mind. I just saw, like a little sample post that he did where it was. Oh, of course.
Well, if it comes to the validity or the possibility of what exactly is the right block size, that's an area that needs a lot more work, and I'll be upfront about that. I mean, I'm roughly aware of the sort of numbers, but there's a ton of work that I would love to do, in which the Bitcoin Cash community as a collective can and is and will do, in order to properly assess this stuff, to archive somewhere, on the Bitcoin Cash podcast FAQs and so on. What are the current technological limits? How did we get to those numbers? What is feasible? What's the cost to run it? Blah, 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 blah. I would love to see a full breakdown of all that stuff. I don't know. There's probably scattered about. There's different bits of information, but I don't know there's a comprehensive collection of it. But that's the whole point of this. That's the step after this debate that Shinobi and Cyprian is having. As long as Shinobi is still stuck in his worldview of 1 megabyte forever, essentially, then it doesn't matter what evidence and research and all that can be collected. That's never going to convince him, and it's never going to be relevant to Bitcoin BTC. So it's just that the BCH community, and that's where people don't understand that to some extent the progress of BTC, even as Bitcoin has become a bigger name and so on, stopped in 2017. That's why, the network effect and all that, it's irrelevant, because they just haven't, you can't move on to problem 2 until you fix problem 1. And they're still stuck at problem 1, which is, how do we raise the block size? And then there's meta problems of how do we get political consensus, and how do we get everybody on board with this vision, and so on and so forth. But, if you look at it as a history, BTC essentially stopped in 2017, and that's why BCH, even though it's much smaller and whatever, that problem was fixed. And then what happened? We moved on to the next problem. How do we operate as a minority chain? We have a better difficulty adjustment algorithm. We changed the address formats, and then we fixed those problems. And then what was the next problem after that? What are the safer scaling limits? And then we got 8 megabyte blocks moved up to 32 megabyte blocks, and research on 256 megabyte blocks. Okay, and then what was the thing after that? It was canonical transaction ordering, and then introspection. How do we drive more demand on our chain? Well, we're going to have scripting capabilities, and then now we've got cash tokens, right? Which is a similar vein. So it's just, these are all problems that the community is working on and solving, so that we can move on to the next one. But that's all irrelevant if you're still, 100 meters into the race and you've broken your leg and you're lying on the ground. It doesn't matter who's running way down the track if you're still lying there with a broken leg, believing that you've already won.
So the context seems to be that it's a block dump. But he says 8 threads, 12 core Xeon, entire chain, so 0 to 780,000, dumped via RPC with the verbosity set to 3, which is, I think, the second to last most verbose. 1.6 terabytes copied, 218 megabytes a second. So I'm sure you'd have some IO limitations if you got a shitty hard drive or something. But he's like, now this is some performance, 2 hours for the entire chain. And if that's the block dump, I'm sure, I don't know if it exists now. Maybe it does. I've never used it, but we'll have a situation where you can get the entire chain from a verified source. If you don't want to sync from scratch, which if a shitty computer could take a week, or it could take a month if we really get out a couple of years. Then you'll have these people who are dumping the entire chain with as much data as they can. It'll take the however many hours to download based off of your internet connection speed being the limiting factor, less about latency between nodes and how many hops do you need to be able to get this data. And then you just continue from there. And it's not a block every 10 minutes. I would love to see the technical information on, if you have this many transactions in a block and you already have the IBD done, you need this compute power to get this complexity with this many it'd be good research. Maybe we already have that too. I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, well, some of it definitely exists. I think it's just all scattered about, and that's something that we can do as part of the podcast, right? Is at some point when I've got the time and effort, just among the million other things, is we will do a full comprehensive technical compilation of what are all these resources so that people can go and check out the numbers and the resources and stuff that themselves. We'll do some episodes where we get back on some of the devs we've had, or maybe other devs who are specialized in this area, I don't know, and we walk through all the latest numbers and the latest breakdown stuff. That a lot of that is missing from the Bitcoin Cash community, and that's maybe part of the reason why it's not as convincing a case as it could be. Why? Because the community's been busy arguing over different things, having political disagreements, blah, 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 blah. There hasn't been the free bandwidth, pun intended, in the community's mind space to create these compelling documents showing here's the full breakdown, blah, blah, blah. Publish it on Twitter. If you're a BTC maximalist, take a look at these numbers and tell us where we're wrong. That kind of thing is something I would love for the community to do. I would love to do it myself. It's just a question of how and when we have the time to do it.
All right, I'm going to take another quick piss break, but I'll keep this playing, and I'll be quick enough.
Anybody
Yes.
to know this is legit. I have this. I can use this.
But the argument would be
talking numbers like $5,000 a month.
Yeah,
dude, like just to be able to have this thing and know without having to trust anybody, 100%, this is mine. I control this. I can spend this. I can use this. Like that's insane to me, because that's the entire value of this to me.
Right.
And I have to pay $5,000 a month to do that. Like that's
exactly. Nuts. And what that would do is it would limit the number of people who could afford it. Right.
Yeah.
So it would reduce the number of people who could run their own node.
Yes, and that's
more expensive. That's how pricing
trade-off.
Works, right? That's how pricing works.
See, the fundament. But see, here's the thing, though. Like, to tack on your comment about the trade-off between developers.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you ignored the aspect of keeping it cheap to validate potentially makes it more expensive to use the more people who find that valuable. Because you actually have to pay the fees to spend it. And my whole argument here that we kind of touched on Twitter a little bit.
Wait, but could you expand on that? Why does keeping it easy to validate make it more expensive to use? Because that's actually important. That's an important part of the debate.
The less space there is to transact, the more expensive it gets when more people want to transact.
Why?
Versus the space there, because it's effectively an open auction. It's an open bidding market. And if you really want to use that space soon, you're going to have to pay top dollar for it. And
yeah. So let me just hold on. I'm going
to no. Just really quick. I want to just put this in your head.
Go ahead.
And viewers who can keep up now, you'll have a preview of where I want to take this. But this is fundamentally, I think, the root of the disagreement about on-chain scalability.
Go ahead.
To me, it's not about just making blocks bigger so you can stuff more transactions in them. It's about creating more scalable ways to control a Bitcoin, to spend a Bitcoin in groups without any room for people to steal money or just disrupt and cause problems. That, to me, is base layer scalability. It's not about just make that space bigger so more people can fit in it.
We agree.
Make that space more efficient to use. Like Lightning. Lightning is two people co-controlling a single Bitcoin and pre-signing things with a checks and balance where they can call bullshit.
Well, hold on. Before we go to L2s,
like I said, this was more for you than the listeners.
But I agree with you. I have no problem with layer twos. Zero. I also don't believe in
the last sentence is key. It's about Lightning is just two people. Let's figure out how to get 10 people in an arrangement like that that's safe and secure. Let's figure out how to get 50, 100, 1,000.
I'm all about payment channels.
I'm
all about payment channels. All about it. Like there's some things that you have to use payment that, like, for instance, if you wanted to build a Bitcoin based slot machine, right? Which, by the way, people who are on eCash, we've done it. right, in script. You have to use payment channels. And specifically, we use the L2 protocol, right? So it's like, you're preaching to the choir, but can we like come back a little bit, right? So let's come back to this idea of the value, because this is an important trade-off for people to understand if we're talking about Bitcoin. The trade-off is either more transactions or more people able to afford, a greater percentage of the population of the world able to afford the machinery and resources necessary to validate their own, the blockchain, right? And the reason why, let me just correct me if I'm misstating, but I think that we both agree on this. The reason why is it's becomes supply and demand. As you said, it's an open auction, but a lot of people don't know what an open auction is. But it's just basically this idea that if you have a scarce resource, so every 10 minutes you have a limited amount of space, right? But if you don't get it into the blockchain, if you don't get it into the blockchain, then it can't get onto an exchange, it can't do whatever, right? So you're going to pay more of a fee. You got to pay a higher fee the more people that are waiting in the queue, as we said, the mempool. If there's no additional block space, you got to pay a higher fee. Why? Because the miners pick how to fill the blocks with how to fill that space based on they take the highest fee and they go down. So the last person, if you pay a higher fee than them, and the fees is for space. If you pay a higher fee, you bump them. And then if somebody else wants to get in under you, they pay a higher fee than you, and that person gets bumped. And so this is the open auction that Brian is referring to. So what happens is the less block space, supply and demand, if you have tons of people that want into that block and not enough space for people to get into that block, they've got to pay fees. And Bitcoin fees are in addition to whatever the amount that you're sending.
So this is great stuff here, right? Why? Because Hotep Jesus's audience, which is actually quite large, although I don't think this video had necessarily how many views do we have? Can we check that? But let's see, what
2,000.
1,100 views, 2,000 views. Okay, all right. Well, 2,000 views is still a lot. It's more than my videos get anyway. And who knows how many people saw this when it was live streamed, or maybe it was distributed on other platforms. He was shilling about Rumble before, so maybe there was a lot of views on that. But what is critical to understand right here is that as much as we had Shinobi at the start saying the block size war was over, BTC has won, is we now have a huge pool of people who are getting a thorough step-by-step breakdown of this entire history, all of what's going on in this format, probably most of whom don't have much of an opinion, right? They just know Bitcoin exists, it's a thing, maybe they've even used it once, yada, yada, yada. But they're tuning in and they're finding out, oh, okay, so there is contention over what's Bitcoin. There's a lot of technical elements involved. They might not know what is the truth just yet, but they're getting the idea that there's contention, and they're also understanding that then they are going to spread that information further, right? Information spreads exponentially. So this is why the rehashing of this debate over and over is so important, because more and more and more humanity is starting to understand the issues that play here, in the same way that upon a time nobody knew what internet was, right? And there's probably a lot of false stuff said about what was or wasn't email, but it took 20 years until it just became common knowledge what email is. Well, in the same way, the block size debate, what is BTC, what is BCH, what is Bitcoin, what is cryptocurrency, how do they work? All this information will become common knowledge to humanity in about 20 years' time. But it all happens from just in all these various different little places. And this is a classic one, these kind of debates happening and re-happening. And it's just so important because this is not happening on a crypto channel, right? This is not happening on Shinobi's laser eyes crowd who've already heard it and already made up their mind. This is hitting a brand new spectrum of people who will be thinking and reasoning through these points themselves for the first time. Even, like I said, even if they don't know what is the truth, at least they understand that there is a debate and a discussion here, which is the first jumping off point. Oh, and also, obviously, now they're going to get into fees. So, as I predicted, Lightning Network became the magic bird, and where Cyprian is essentially going is that the people who pay the lowest fees get wrecked and don't get into the block. And then he'll say, so how's your censorship-resistant payments channel? If we go back to the white paper, what we already agreed on, whatever, 10 minutes ago, any two willing parties can make a peer-to-peer cash transaction with low fees. He's going to requote the white paper and talk about that.
And so what happens if fees get high, and I don't think you would disagree with this, Brian, is that the types of this is all about how do we expand the scope of people involved. If fees get high, the type of economic activity that makes sense for you to do in a Bitcoin transaction, you start cutting things off.
Yeah,
right?
You're not going to pay $2 to buy a 50-cent pack of gum.
Exactly.
That's too expensive.
So which one is the most efficient? Or which one do you prefer, I should say?
There's no change in technical efficiency.
Well, which one do you prefer? Do you say, make it...
This is the question.
Well, do you mean economic efficiency, or do you mean...
this is economic efficiency,
technical
right?
efficiency, or do you mean the balance between those two things, or do you mean
That's
efficiency in removing trust? Like
That's the debate, right?
There are many faces of efficiency at different things.
Right.
Yes.
The whole agreement is how to balance those different faces.
So
and what's the most valuable to you, basically? That's what it is. Like, here's all of these
verification. Dude, if I can't know without trusting that if I can't do this without having to trust nobody. Like I know this myself. I check this myself on my own machine. I don't have to hope that JP Morgan.
What needs to happen for that to
what is the block size? What people should know is what is the block size? What is the block size at which that occurs, Brian? At which you lose the ability where your machine will stop working. What is the block size?
That's a huge variable thing. That's not just one thing either. It's how powerful of a device I can afford.
Well, I'm talking about your device that you touched. I'm talking about your device that you touched. You touched the device.
How expensive is your internet connection? Like, what's the cost?
Right, but I'm talking about your device that you just touched, and you just touched your node, and we heard it through your microphone. What is the block size at which that node that you just touched? Because you said the most important thing to you is that you can validate it. So on the machine that you just touched, what is the block size?
This also isn't really an argument when it's like the most important thing to you is that you can validate it, because there's no value to a network that you can validate that no one's participating in. So it's kind of a moot point to begin with.
Well, it is, but Cyprian's going to get him here because it's coming back to that question of numbers. Shinobi's kind of dancing. Well, it depends on what your internet speed is, blah 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 blah, and that's the exact point. And it's literally what I already said is that Cyprian just needs to get him to acknowledge that, okay, it's a variable number and we need to have a rational discussion about what is the correct set of trade-offs or the feasible number. And as soon as you've done that, it's over. Big Blocks wins, because that's what the big block community has. The small block side is 1 megabyte. We're never going to discuss it. We don't have a process for discussing it. And if it was to ever change, which it won't, then in the future, in some hypothetical universe, maybe somebody would figure out how to do that, which is obviously nonsense.
It's still the same question. It's still the same question. Are you talking about storage costs? Are you talking about my internet plan and whether I have a cap?
No, you know what those costs are.
No, but those are very different costs. So because you're trying to ask me a direct...
So how do you know what's a bad block size?
You're trying to ask me about my direct number, but my direct number is not the same as everyone else's. And that's
no, but you said you don't care about everyone else. You said you care about your ability to validate. You just said that.
I care. I care about the fact I can run it now. I'm not paying more than I do.
So what is the block size that would make you not be able to run it?
That's irrelevant. This is the block
very
size
irrelevant.
that I want for my cost to verify that.
Okay, and what is the block size that changes the cost? What is the block size that changes the cost for you? That's the most relevant question.
You're pushing this conversation in a very complicated direction. So give me a second to break this down, because my cost, selfishly, is my cost. I have the maximum cost that I will bear to do that. That's frankly my business. But if you raise that cost, less people can do this.
What block size would raise the cost?
That eventually starts putting a burden on the people who do that to go to somebody who is fully validating. And
but let's talk about you. Why are we talking in hypotheticals? Let's just talk about you. What is the block size that if it was raised, you would say it is no longer viable, or I no longer want to at this cost
irrelevant.
Point?
It's
I don't understand. Why is that irrelevant? That's the most relevant thing.
Because I do not support any block size increase going forward, period. Like that's just the cost
for what
that
reason?
I can afford to pay is irrelevant.
Wait, but you just said that the point of no block size is because it would increase your cost. But now you're saying that you just support it whether or not there's a cost increase.
Necessity is the mother of invention. That's why. Okay. And I feel like this is a game of two sides of a spectrum that everybody is arguing over. And both sides of those spectrums are centralization, nobody being able to use this thing directly, nobody having that money that they can use without having to get somebody's permission. And everybody's arguing over where to be on that spectrum. And I think that's a dumb way and a dangerous way to think about that. Because just let me finish my point, please. We're at one side of the spectrum right now. That's where we are at.
Well, you have 4 megabyte blocks on BTC.
No, but dude, just please let me paint the picture I'm trying to paint and get out what I want to discuss.
Okay.
Like we're on one side.
I'll mute myself.
We're on one side of that spectrum now. End of story. That's where Bitcoin or BTC or whatever is. You're never going to know or find that spot on the spectrum. It's about rates of moving from the side we're on now and the point we're on now to the other side, because the sweet spot is somewhere in the middle. That's undeniable. That's not an argued thing from a rational person. So where that spot is irrelevant. The rate of moving from where we are towards the other side of that spectrum is.
Okay. So he won't tell us the block size that makes it too costly for him. We have chains that have bigger blocks. BTC kind of got a block size upgrade inadvertently, but it's in the middle. Like what? What? This can it make sense?
Well, it's just what I've said on this show a bunch of times, is that people say, well, what is the right block size? It's just about moderation, and that's why BCH is the blindingly obvious solution. Fix the block size. There's that classic meme as well, the BCH community, where it's BTC and 1 megabyte blocks is just a flat line, and then there's a lower down one of 300 kilobytes of Luke Jr., and then there's a Calvin on the other side with the block size just rocketing up to infinity instantly and just gigamegs. And then there's just the moderate line that goes through the middle. As time goes on, the blocks get a bit bigger. It's just logical and makes sense. And you can see, because Cyprian's pushing him on this is where it's just turning into word salad, because there is actually no rational argument at the bottom of all this. He's talking about like the rates of change is what's important and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, there is actually something to that, in the sense that he can make an argument that there's a what's it called in calculus? You know, you have your first differential, like I think that's the word for it, right? Where basically what he could say is, Well, you could be like BSV. If they increased it to 128 megabytes last year and then 2 gigabytes this year and then 20 gigabytes the next year, that's way over the rate at which is reasonable, and it quickly goes to infinity and you fucked up your whole chain. And that would be a good argument against BSV. But it's not a good argument against BCH, and that was the whole reason for the split, was just having some kind of rational analysis of meeting that right spot, because he even says it himself that there's clearly a sweet spot, and we're not going to get it perfect. That's not going to happen. But you can get the right ballpark. There's no question about that. And clearly not making any change is never going to be in the right ballpark, because technology improves and time advances, right? So yeah, he just doesn't really have any arguments left at this point. And I think for Cyprian, he should be trying to. He was getting a bit forthright and a bit riled up there. He should actually be lowering down how forceful he is, and he should just be throwing in a couple of questions that just allow Shinobi to shred himself. But instead of saying it like, so you didn't say what was the right block, or something like that, he should just say something like really calmly, like, so you've done no rational analysis of what's a reasonable block size? If he just asks him that and then lets him fall apart in answering, that would be much more effective.
What's relevant and what's important, because you need the time to sit and realize you just found that sweet spot before you move past it and just find yourself making shit worse on the other side. And I feel like the entire framing and conception and how people think about this whole topic in this space is just completely fucked up, because everybody is arguing about where is that spot on the spectrum, instead of recognizing this is where we are, stupid. You can't change that. So let's talk about how fast we're moving, so that maybe we have the time to get some self-awareness and recognize we found it when we found it.
Are you finished? May I speak?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. All right. So let me just make sure that I understand the point that you're making here, because I feel it's not an invalid point. So you are acknowledging that it is likely necessary that limits will need to be raised, because that's
not the block size limit, not in the way you're conceptualizing, but the ability to aggregate and process things has to increase. I think that can be done without just raise the block size.
Okay.
Maybe eventually we get to a point where that's necessary. We'll find out. We'll deal with that when we get there.
Okay.
But you will not have the incentive to figure out the more and more efficient ways to use the space we have if you just keep increasing it. There's no incentive to figure those problems out at that point. And so that just needs to be recognized. Like, if things really break and just stop fucking working in a way that is valuable to no one, people will change things. They'll figure out where it broke, and let's figure out how to at least stay there for now. But I think we are nowhere close to that.
Gotcha. So let me make sure I understand what it is then you're saying, because that's good. That helps me. So what you're saying is that from your standpoint, the prudent move is to maintain certain limitations, and in the maintaining of those, and I tend to not agree. I think this is a good principle, that it is in the limitations that we get creativity and innovation. That if we maintain the limitations to ensure that nothing breaks, as you say, and we don't, so it's not something to, in other words, move fast and break things. That we need to maintain certain limitations, and if we can stay within those limitations, problems will be solved by innovators who are thinking about the problem, and they will solve it in ways that we perhaps can't imagine right now. Is that, am I on the right track of what you're saying?
Exactly that.
Okay, I
Exactly.
don't. By the way, I live by that. Okay, like I truly believe that that's where all innovation comes from, limitation, right? I think that and by the way, the people who are in the camp that I am in, which is XEC eCash, the reason that we forked from the people in BSV and then the people in BCH was because of that exact thing. Was that though they wanted to do, and you could go and look at BSV. BSV has a 4 gig mempool going right now. They have 4 gigabytes of unconfirmed transactions sitting, waiting to be confirmed. And they've got like blocks that are going in at like 5 megs. To my mind, that's broken, right? We split from them because they wanted to do those sorts of things. The gigablocks was what they were talking about. Right now, they've got a giga line is what they've got, a line that they can't deal with. Okay, that's right now. Go to whatsonchain.com. People could go right now and see. It's an absolute mess. Right? BCH wanted to do all kinds of weird stuff. Same reason. There's the split. Right? Actually, it's been very conservative, the things that have been coming from eCash.
All right, so let's Cyprian, this is it. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That was a bit of a, ellipsis. That was just a lighted out of the discussion. A specific example of what's wrong with BSV. And it's hard numbers.
Yeah.
A reference link to check it out yourself. BCH, just some weird stuff. What weird stuff was that? That didn't get a mention.
Yeah, fucking talk about the dev tax, you piece of shit. I'm too.
But anyway, he's essentially making the point that I just said about gigamegs, right? That's it. That's a good argument. It's just funny that he leaves out the BCH element.
I think where we differ, we don't differ in principle. I think that where we differ, and this is I think that this was the difference. If we really look back, is it's just us. We agree that the limitations are necessary and that the limitations provide innovation and we should work within our limitations. Where we disagree is, where do you set the limitations? Because that's a bet of the future. Everybody does this, right? Like, where do I set the limitations? And this is something that even an investor, right? So it's like, ooh, I should be spending some of my money to invest in risky things, but we know you shouldn't be spending all of your money, and we know you shouldn't be spending none of your money. You should be spending some of your money, but how much is the right level? And that's hard to know. That's all about risk tolerance and risk aversion, right? That's it. And I think that you're right, because now this is a good time to bring up what's happening in BTC, as Brian just put it into the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Because, and the reason why I would bring this up is, the initial split was over 8 megabyte blocks. That's what the split was.
I'd say it was a lot more complicated because there was a whole evolution from like arguing to just double it to quadruple it to all the going.
Agreed, but it
evolved all the way before it got to like the head of.
But at the split in August of 2017, the block size increase was from the 1 meg limit to 8 megabytes. That caused this. That was the split. That was
no,
the
but
actual
see, that's
split.
the thing though, is the problem is, what actually happened was SegWit enabled in a backwards compatible way two up to 4 megabyte blocks. And despite the fact that the original bargaining ask was literally 4 megabyte blocks, and then when that solved itself in a backwards compatible way, people got mad and said, well, we want twice that. We want 8 now. And that's kind of how that disagreement
I'll concede.
All right, this is some historical revisionism going on here, right? There was initially definitely at least one proposal to have a 20 megabyte block size increase, I believe, was what Gavin thought was reasonable, I believe. And then there was changed to an 8 megabyte, and then there was 2 for 8 megabytes that it would slowly scale up to that. And then there was a 2 megabyte plus SegWit, and then there was 2 megabytes, and then there was 2 megabytes plus SegWit, and then in the end there just was the split because there was so much bad faith and bad dealing. But I don't know where this the initial proposal was 4 megabytes. I don't know. That sounds like complete nonsense. This sounds like some backwards rationalizing that we always wanted a 4 megabyte increase, which is just not true. So be aware of that.
Let's say that was it.
There.
Okay, let's say that was it, dude. I'll concede that you're absolutely right on that. Okay, it's a difference of opinion, but I'm happy to concede because it's not important to the point. The point that I want to make is right now, BTC has 4 megabyte blocks. Right now, you can go and look at the most recent blocks. They're 4 megabytes.
Yep.
Okay. So
I think it's hysterical.
Okay. So, but hold on, because I just want to verify something. 4 megabyte blocks. You feel comfortable running that you can still validate what you need to validate at 4 megabyte blocks, correct?
Yes, that's what everybody who supported and upgraded to SegWit agreed to. That was the upper bounds. The average for people just spending money and nothing else would be around 2 at the highest, and more complicated types of transactions could push it up to 4 potentially.
Okay,
that was what everybody agreed to upgrading to SegWit.
But the 4 megabytes that you guys have now, and we can talk about ordinals now. The 4 megabytes that you guys have now is arbitrary data that is not Bitcoin transactions.
I don't give a shit. They're paying the fees. They are paying for the block space they use. That is what it is. It is an open market.
You sound like Craig Wright.
The entire point is supposed to be...
You sound like Craig Wright.
No, I don't.
That's exactly... dude, do you want me to pull up quotes from him saying that?
I don't fucking care. Craig Wright is a fucking lunatic sociopath.
Agreed. And you sound like him right now. You just parroted. Exactly his words.
It's an open market, and the whole point of that market is to be censorship resistant. If someone
pays, it's not spam, right?
Get in there.
It's not spam. There's no such thing as spam on Bitcoin.
No, I mean, from a technical point of view, you can define things as disproportionately exhausting resources, but we have protocol limits that are an upper bound of how many resources can be exhausted. That's the safety guard against that. If people want to push that to the upper limit, that's what everybody running that protocol opted into and agreed to.
So long as they pay the fee.
Yeah.
So the arbitrary data though, they're only paying half the fee of somebody who's doing an actual transaction.
That's any witness data. And yes. To get into this, I have to break down a little bit.
Go ahead, please. I'll mute myself. You go into what's going on so people can understand.
All a Bitcoin is something called a UTXO, or an unspent transaction output. It's just an entry in a database that says this Bitcoin exists. This is the key that can spend it. It hasn't been spent yet. All that has to be is a reference to the transaction that created it. And that's legitimate. The things like signatures that you actually use in order to spend a Bitcoin and prove you're allowed to do that, you don't need that to be in that entry that here's an unspent Bitcoin to know it's legit. Because you download a block, you make sure that signature is legit, and that's when you put this coin hasn't been spent yet in the database that keeps track of that.
So to be fair, you don't need it in the database. No, but I just want to be fair here so people understand.
Yes, because it's in a different database and gets verified before that, so you don't need to keep it in a second database just to know which coins aren't spent.
Oh, yes. But you need to keep it in the blockchain.
Yes, but that's not what you need to look up in order to verify a block. Because every time a new Bitcoin block comes in, you have to make sure that every coin spent in that block hasn't been spent before. So you have to look through this whole database of all the coins that haven't been spent yet.
And so hold on, Brian, I'm not going to...
The bigger that database gets, the more expensive computationally, the harder your CPU has to work, the better of a CPU you need to validate that block, because for each coin spent, you have to check the whole set until you find, this is in here and it hasn't been spent yet.
So, brother,
And
just so that people can still follow. Hold on, brother, please, because you're getting into. But believe me, I teach Bitcoin. You're getting into a realm where the people who are listening cannot follow. So just,
God damn it, then. Go ahead.
Dude, look, we're doing this in public. It's fair to the people
being
listening.
sarcastic. I'm not actually angry.
Okay, so that people understand, when a node is receiving information about a new block, okay, it's coming in, it's got to validate all of the transactions in the block. Part of what it validates, in addition to the way that the transaction is set up, it has to be set up right, it has to be properly spending things, and it also is going to validate a digital signature, and that digital signature has to be made by the person who has control of the coins, okay? So basically, that's your private key is going to make that signature. But what people need to understand about a node is that blockchain, as I said, it's just a chain of these blocks, these transactions. It's not what we would call indexed. You can't search through it. You can't look up transactions. All it's there for is to make sure that the network has a single source of truth, right? That's all it's there for. For you to run your node with a wallet on it, you actually, every time a block comes in, you're going to break apart all the things that and it's different depending on what node or what indexer. You're going to break apart all those parts and put them into a second database. And it's in that database that you can look up the things that you need to in the way that you need to look them up. And if you remove the witness data, if you remove the signatures, which he says you don't need them, I actually use them in my applications, right? So I need them in my applications, and you need them if you're going to do transaction introspection, and you're gonna use the witness data there. So you do need them if you're going to do that, right? But basically that's the situation, is that you've got two databases. So it's not just the blockchain that's increasing the size. This other database that you have is also increasing the resources that you need. Right. So he's talking about two different things. When he says the database, he's not talking about the blockchain. He's talking about that separate database. Go ahead, dude. That still may have been technical, but hopefully it was a little.
It makes sense.
Yeah. But the point is.
And this is the exact point that I brought up before, that Shinobi's a bit out of its depth here. Cyprian's got the better technical knowledge of how the UTXO database works, how the indexes that are required, et cetera. So Shinobi's going to have a rough time justifying ordinals with this kind of disadvantage, basically.
Those signatures before SegWit, before Taproot, got charged the same fee, or the fee was calculated the same way by miners and everybody's nodes relaying them, as if like it had to go into that second database. And it doesn't. Like, it's not as expensive on the computer's resource, like in the reality of how one piece of data is taken from one database and processed and moved to a second database. So it was discounted versus the other parts of the transaction to kind of represent that in how it was priced in using block space. And that's how we were able to actually increase it with a backwards compatible way in the first place, because you could just point outside of the old block and go, here's this new thing, and here's where all the signatures are. And so all the rest of the stuff still fits inside the old block size limit. But that whole discount was for a very important reason, because without that discount, it's actually more expensive to take a bunch of separate Bitcoins or separate UTXOs and spend them and then kind of condense the change you didn't spend into a single UTXO, which is cheaper for everybody's computers validating everything to handle, because it makes that second database of everything that hasn't been spent yet cheaper and smaller. And the whole point of that discount was to kind of get rid of that cost, because otherwise it's always cheaper to just take a single Bitcoin and spend it and just give the change back than it is to take like 5 separate Bitcoins and spend them together. And that would, over time, keep making that second database bigger and bigger and bigger, because most people are going to do what's cheaper to do if there's a huge price discrepancy between two things.
It was a way to reduce fees, right? It was a way to reduce fees.
No, it wasn't a way
to a degree. Not, I mean, it was many things, but it was one of them.
It was a way to remove an incentive that would have incentivized people to keep making that database bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and make it harder to verify the ledger, because you have to look through that whole database a bunch of times validating a block when a new block comes in.
So it was a way to incentivize a certain behavior. So in Bitcoin, we incentivize. So this is one of the things that developers can do with what changes they make is, they use the financial incentive and economic incentive to.
So here's where it gets into what we're talking about with the UTXO database and commitments and all of that stuff. As they're getting more into the weeds, the question of like Shinobi can just say bigger and bigger and bigger and make it sound like some problem, but that only works as long as you're not somebody that can say, yeah, but how much bigger? When does that become a problem? Which is kind of Cyprian has already hashed out as regards to the block size. It's kind of this thing is Shinobi has this sense of panic that at the extreme, at the limit, this would be a huge problem, and it would be. But one of the fundamental tenets of engineering is, well, we're not just going to take everything to the complete extreme. We're going to match reality with what, our available materials and technology and resources have. And that's the whole point of engineering, is efficiently using the available resources or the parameters that you have. So his argument is pretty much nonsense as soon as you get to the idea that, yes, if you just take all the limits off BSV style, it's not going to work. It's going to suck. But if you rationally approach the question, there is a degree to which it can be increased, and it's not a problem. Doesn't matter whether it's the actual block size itself or the inputs to the UTXO database, especially with his comments earlier that people can and will invent new technologies and new ways of doing it, which is what the whole UTXO commitments and all that comes back to. So just worth mentioning that, I think.
Incentivize people to behave in a way that benefited node operators like yourself. Would that be fair?
Well, see, I wouldn't say it's to incentivize. Okay. It was to remove a disincentive, because there was an incentive. Because one is creating an incentive to do a whole new thing.
Okay.
One is just creating a disincentive to do a different thing because it costs more. Like, this was removing a disincentive. Like, if I have 10 different Bitcoins that are all worth like $5 a piece or something, and I want to buy something cheap, like, I'm going to just hold on to those if it's more expensive to spend those until those are the only things I have left, and then I'll pay the higher cost. But if it costs the same to do that versus just take a big one and keep breaking it up more and more, like, I might do that if that's what makes sense. So it
removed the disincentive. It removed the disincentive, and the result of that was people behaved differently than they would have if that disincentive wouldn't have been removed. Would that be accurate to say?
Yeah, but it's again something people would have done anyway if that disincentive wasn't there in the first place a good amount of the time.
Right.
So it's not like we're changing the system to make you do what we want. It's giving people another option of what they could do that was previously removed by a higher cost.
Can I ask a question? Because y'all just big brain talking all around me.
Yeah, I feel like we're going in. I feel like we're going in a place that maybe only I, and 1% of your listeners right now can follow, and I don't want people to leave.
I enjoy it though. I'm following fairly well. But here's my issue. I feel alienated. I feel ostracized. I'm even afraid because it appears as though if I want to be a part of the BTC community, I have to be a BTC purist. And they feel as though anything that's not BTC is shit, hence the term shitcoin. So I'd like to get to the bottom of this thing Shinobi, if you could help me understand, Shinobi, are you a BTC maxi, meaning, at least what this term means to me, is a Bitcoin purist, meaning you only deal in BTC and you believe that everything else is absolute crap and you want anything to do with it and they're bad?
I am a BTC maxi, as I will define it, in the sense that I personally don't deal with anything other than Bitcoin. And I think that 99% of the shit out there is crap. But if you want to do shit, you do shit, is my attitude at this point.
But why?
I just honestly, with
it feels
the time
cultish.
That I spend,
it feels very cultish and not technical.
I know it does.
But it's not technical.
Okay, here's the secret. Here's the secret, man. Ignore those people. People who just have no rational argument, people who can't back up an opinion, ignore them. There are a lot of retards in the Bitcoin space. There are a lot of retards in every space in this ecosystem. Tune them out.
That's why I got you here. That's why I got you here. I want you to tell me why I should never touch another coin.
I think that because the time I have spent, the years I have spent looking at other projects from a technical and engineering perspective, just legitimately think out of everything I've looked at, and I stopped doing that a long time ago just because things kept going the same way. I legitimately believe that the vast super majority of shit in this space is just dead end nonsense that makes no engineering sense. And that's not just
right. So we've crossed a couple of Rubicons right here. If you cycle back to the start with small blocks versus big blocks or Bitcoin versus shitcoin, well, we're clearly into the Bitcoin versus shitcoin territory right here. And it's very ironic that he was just saying, I shouldn't listen to people that don't have an argument and it can't rationally stand up. And then he's even bringing up, I've looked into the engineering and I'm not convinced, and blah, 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 after Cyprian has just destroyed him on, let's talk about the engineering, the actual numbers, what technology is capable of, what your own laptop, what are the costs involved. It's that, well, like once you bring it out of the realm of theory and sort of religious ideology that nobody will be able to move me from my position, and that's the value, then his original point that I don't care about any of that and talking about price, as the discussion has gone on, that's all been wiped away, got to the actual brass tacks of the situation. And so now he's making these claims about engineering and stuff that he's just not credible on, and saying even that 99% of other stuff is shit. That's not going to do it, because Cyprian's going to agree with him. But that's fine, because you just say 99% of it is. But what about that 1%? Let's talk about that then. What's the problem with that 1%? And once you get into drawing those fine lines, once again, the whole maximalist position just evaporates. And Hotep Jesus obviously standing in for the everyday person saying, so if you're so cultish about this, what's the reason that everything, not just most things, everybody agrees that a lot of crypto is scams. So not just most things, but literally everything. How is that a tenable position? And there's no answer. And in fact, that this is the first time I've heard that 99% of other things. It's very ironic that for people who are very set on, we're never going to move off our one thing. That's another narrative that's now falling away. There's been enough Lindy effect behind Ethereum, maybe Bitcoin Cash, maybe even behind stable coins, right? Or Monero. Peter McCormack has recently been talking about Monero and that he thinks they're an okay project. The door is opening. The BTC and nothing else has now become BTC and the 1%, but nothing else. So
yeah, I think saying like 99% of other projects are a scam is something that 99% of people in crypto would agree on, because there's 30,000 different coins that are like known, like publicly on a list somewhere, and we haven't even heard of 99.99% of them. So like, yeah, of course they're shit. No one would argue against that.
The point is, though, the door has been opened. The crack is in there. You know, once you get the door stopper jammed in between the door, that door doesn't close. It just gets wider and wider, and that's what we're seeing. That's why it's very easy for me to expect that over the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to see a huge, BTC is just going to keep falling apart because more and more people are thinking through these issues or coming to it for the first time without having been indoctrinated into a bunch of rubbish, like Hotep Jesus audience, a lot of them. And they'll just be thinking, yeah, this doesn't sound reasonable. Why wouldn't we consider all of the available options? Any sensible person would.
A cultish belief that I look at
so let me ask you this.
And
that's self-evident. Can you limit it to other Bitcoin chains? Because I think everybody
Monero, I think, is cool. Like, I think it's a dead end technologically in the long term because its scaling problems are 10 times worse than Bitcoin. But right now, it's a useful thing if people really need to be that private.
See, I'm more of a maxi than you are because I think it's a shitcoin. I'm more of a maxi than you. I think Monero's maybe the biggest shitcoin out there.
There are a handful of random little.
I gotta say, I think that's kind of surprising to me because of all of the coins since I got involved in crypto, it seems like Monero was the one that BTC maximalists were most receptive to. Maybe Litecoin, depending on the circle that you were in, if they were like Litecoin's the test bed for BTC. But yeah, Monero, those two coins were the only ones that I ever saw in like 2017 being like, well, this is okay if you dabble with these, but the rest of them are shit. Weird that Vin. Yeah, I just wouldn't expect Vin to be like, I think that's a shit coin.
Well, but I think Vin is just going to come. I think he's maybe being a bit provocative or a bit, well, maybe he isn't in saying that he thinks it's a shitcoin. I assume his position is more like similar to mine in the sense that where I would say BTC is going to be the global reserve currency. Other stuff will exist, but it'll be some tiny experimental minority. I assume he has a similar position to that, except just on eCash, right? So in that sense, I think I'm guessing that his opinion would be, well, Monero is actually a somewhat viable competitor, which means that in the sense that it's a somewhat viable competitor, but if in the end it loses, that just means it'll be the most attractive trap rather than the actual most effective tool or most viable coin in the long run. That's kind of what I'm taking out of this.
Things that have some utilitarian value. I don't talk about that shit because I don't give a fuck about the hype-ish, like, trader economic culture around all this bullshit, and I'm not going to participate or feed into that. There are a handful of things that are not Bitcoin that actually make sense, are actually looking in the right direction, even if they have a bunch of stupid problems and bad design decisions. But like, I'm fuck that. Like, if you want to go speculate on dumb shit, have fun. I've seen it for 10 years. But most people burn themselves.
Shinobi. The issue that I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around is that when we think about free market capitalism thrives because of competition. So
I know that's my point. It's like, do what you want. I just personally, after actually looking,
but I don't understand why you wouldn't. But you can't say that and then not champion and say, like, if I see another shitcoin pop up, I go, good, yeah, more competition. This is great.
Okay, choices, dude, I have literally sat in a fucking voice server with somebody from fucking Korea, a college age kid, for over a year. His parents gave him $300,000 after he graduated college to invest. And I literally listened to him every fucking day. Just day trade that shit, find the new dumb thing that made no fucking sense, wouldn't listen to people when they fucking talked to him. I literally listened to him over the course of a year, burn all of that money just chasing every hyped up, cool sounding thing with no understanding of how it works.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
For all I know, that guy
But that's not what I'm talking about here. You talking about trading. I don't give a fuck about the price of these coins, okay? Fuck the price, Brian. What I am talking about is fundamentally why you would not champion new technology, new ideas, new innovation in the crypto space.
Because you can't disintermediate the financial aspect of it from the technology. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look at things.
What does
I'm
that
going
even
to
mean?
see what makes sense. You can't talk about a technology that has a coin attached to it that is traded without every uneducated person just stampeding towards it and throwing money at it because somebody said this is a cool technology.
But what does that have to do with, for instance, you openly attacking for years, openly attacking people who had different opinions about minor protocol changes, now that you saw as major, but minor protocol changes that created competition within Bitcoin itself? You are one of the main people. That's fine, but it's competition. And instead of just being like, do what you, because you sit here and you're like, do what you want.
Vin,
but
if you
your
look
actions
back
do
at
not
all the
speak to that.
receipts, if you look back at all the receipts, all the shit out there on Twitter, because I don't delete a damn thing unless Twitter makes me, or I made a typo and catch it right after I hit send. I have not fucking beefed a goddamn thing with that except factual misrepresentations and just the bullshit semantics over I am the real Bitcoin and trying to convince people to buy into that based solely on the argument I am the real Bitcoin instead of pitching them on what's different, like actually just making a fair, objective pitch. Like, here's a funny thing, just a historical note that is totally glossed over in the recounting of these things. Okay. Bcash, the currently understood
look what you just did.
Here's a point I'm trying to make. What is currently
obligatory, and I will do this every time I hear this phrase, obligatory Bitcoin will Bcash.
Derogatory term against Bitcoin Cash.
Yes.
That the origin of that, the reason that name became a thing was literally a good faith attempt to come up with a cool sounding brand and
by
name
whom? By
differentiate. Whom? I forget who to differentiate.
Not by the people in Bitcoin Cash.
To differentiate. No. Again, good faith from our side of things.
So if you're trying to come up with a name and then somebody says, I don't like that name, and you keep calling them the name, that's not good faith.
Vin, let me finish my point.
Please do.
Also, really interesting to me that that Vin, a person, or Cyprian, a person that has changed his name now, at least 2 known times, is saying if someone doesn't want you to call them that and you continue to call them that, that's bad faith. And then Shinobi's like, Vin, like yes. That. Maybe I get the social aspect of that is kind of difficult for a lot of people a lot of the time to implement. We've done it so many times saying Vin rather than Cyprian, but and I was thinking too earlier, just to make it easy, I was going to call him Jeremy. But I think if someone were to say that to my face and I'm having a conversation with them, every time I say Vin, I'd be like, oh shit, right. Okay. Knowing that you think this is bad faith to do this, I will augment my behavior to try and make this conversation more civil.
But it's just funny because he doesn't get salty about that. I mean, he wouldn't. I can't speak for it, but I have seen him say before that he says, "Look, I was known as this for a long time." It's also shorter, catchier, so it's easier to just pop off. But then, even right here, you can see he's laughing about it because I'm sure he is also appreciating the irony of this in the moment as well. And it's funny, this whole, it was a good faith argument by us, but what was it? Why then are you carrying on with it for years after it's been told don't do that? And his recounting of how that happened was completely false. The reason it was created, it was not good faith, it was bad faith, and it was linked to creating a bunch of social media accounts to distract people from the genuine effort to create the BCH fork of Bitcoin, right? That was what was actually going on, but that's all been washed away, or either he's ignoring that or skipping over it, or he doesn't even know that that was the case. In which case, he doesn't know what he doesn't know, and it's just a case of being inside an echo chamber. And when you come up with Cyprian, he's not gonna stand for any of that because he knows the truth. It's also funny to see that Hotep Jesus is essentially, obviously he's supposed to be moderating, but he's essentially coming onto Cyprian's side, and that kind of shows who's winning the debate, I guess.
That is not the Bitcoin asset. That was not what was listed everywhere. That is not what the market priced as a thing at the time. There are a million factors into why everywhere BCH was not listed as Bitcoin. And that was a legitimate...
What was it listed as? What was it listed as?
BCH and Bitcoin Cash. And
Okay.
the point is,
So why didn't you call it by what it was listed as? The market has decided. The market has decided its name.
Vin, can I please finish talking and make the point that I'm trying to make?
Make it.
Also, wasn't there a few exchanges where the ticker for Bitcoin Cash was the same as BitConnect? Like, I don't think.
Well, there was a period where I think some was BCC was used. I think actually the Bitcoin Cash people wanted to be BCC Bitcoin Cash, but then then it turned out that there was BitConnect. So instead, it got changed to BCH. It was just, and this is another thing. There's these little bumps in the road over like the ticker that we ended up getting, and also obviously the branding. You know, there was the orange BTC symbol with the wings on it, and then over time we sort of chopped off the wings, or at least I never used that anyway, and changed it over to green, right? All these little bumps in the road are all just small things which work themselves out over time, but which any new fork of BTC or any other coin has to deal with. And those small things add up. They can always just break an unfavorable way and sink the whole project right there, right? So when people think, oh, well, somebody would just be able to pop out a new bigger block fork of BTC. No, they won't. There's so many of these small little things which are already woven into the history of BCH, having successfully navigated, whether by luck or skill or just the people involved or the circumstances of the time. It doesn't matter. The point is, it got over that hurdle, and any new fork would be starting from scratch on that.
I remember seeing that BCC ticker and being like, and this is kind of relevant to the conversation, I guess. It's weird that they're completely ignoring that it wasn't BCH from the get-go. But I remember seeing that and being like, BitConnect has such a bad reputation. Like, this feels like it's bad faith. So there's the ticker, there's this naming stuff, there's the whole argument about, the real Bitcoin. And I think, like, the ticker and the naming stuff was reactionary to the argument about what is the real Bitcoin. So that's why, like, to me, it never seemed like it was good faith. Especially knowing, too, that there were closed backroom door deals about the split. Like, I don't believe any of this, that people were trying to be sociable or like make the distinction between I think it was purely reactionary. The fork happened as a reactionary response to SegWit and the backdoor deals. The naming stuff happened as a reactionary response to people claiming to be the real Bitcoin. Can we just be honest about that?
Well, it's ironic because someone like Shinobi would be the first one to say, oh, and Roger Ver, he listed BCH as Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. And that was, but then here he is saying nobody listed it as Bitcoin. Well, that's not true, actually. And there was, I think on Kraken as well, they had XBT and maybe BCH or something. They left the ticker up for debate as well, too. And there was efforts in that regard. It wasn't obvious at that time who was going to come out with the Bitcoin name, especially before there even was a split, before BCH even existed, when it was sort of an idea, so to speak, as people were discussing what if there was a split. And then even after there was a split, there was still a period of time where it was sort of unclear.
It's wild to think about now. Like, when I not when I first got into crypto, but seeing like the futures contracts before the splits, like people were betting on the potential and outcome of the split, and I didn't even think anything of it. And now it's like, I wonder how much influence just the stuff that exchanges were doing pre-split had on the split. There we go.
It was huge. It was enormous. And probably then when people say, oh, okay, if BCH is so much better, so much smarter, has all these better advantages, blah, 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 why is it doing so poorly? Well, that's one of the key things, is because everything has a snowball effect, especially network effects in cryptocurrencies or in money generally. And so that loss of the ticker symbol, and that's why there was so much fight and contention over it, because it's insanely valuable. The loss of the branding, the loss of the ticker symbol, and not just the ticker symbol in terms of all the technical integrations, but in terms of all the liquidity that went with it, was insane. And when Shinobi is saying, oh, well, BTC was always what it was. No, that's not true, because if you had coins before the split, you had both. So in that sense, it was BCH that was being traded in 2015, just as much as it was a small block of Bitcoin. In fact, you could argue, I would argue, but I take it's more subjective, that it was BCH that was being traded that whole time, because the market for a very long time, up until that final chunk of time, expected that there would be block size increases. That was the vibe in the community. So it was only in history that those things have turned around. So when you say, why is BCH doing so poorly right now? I don't see any need to explain it other than, well, firstly, there was that initial disadvantage, which has compounded and is still a significant disadvantage, increasingly less over time, but it's going to take more time to wash that out. And the other element to it, of course, is that then BCH community has fixed the block size problem, but then ran into a bunch of other problems, dealing with the BSV stuff, dealing with the eCash stuff, and finally getting itself on its own page. I had to spend a bunch of time and effort doing the difficulty readjustment stuff. A lot of the stuff had to be rebuilt from scratch, building up fresh community channels of communication, the good actors finding each other, negotiating with miners. So much work had to be redone from scratch, which has now all been done, and which is why now in the run of this show, we've seen huge improvements in BCH in terms of the community vibe. And now obviously we've got cash tokens coming out, and that stuff isn't slow, isn't quick. It takes a lot of time and effort. So it will be over the next few years, hopefully, that we'll see BCH make a big surge, but that will all be on the groundwork that was done. Firstly, like digging ourselves out of a hole. And then secondly, you can't make forward progress on your skyscraper until you've at least dug out all the foundations and put everything in place, which BTC did not have to deal with. That's the key point. They were just kept on going. It's like if you're running a race and one side keeps running and the other side stops to build a car, well, obviously they're going to be behind in the race while they're working on the car. And once they've got the car in working order, then you can blast past them pretty quickly. That's essentially the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, to go with the car analogy, watch, bullshit, but watch a NASCAR race. Like, there's pit stops. You got to change your tires. You fix your car up, and then you go back out there. I feel like we just had a little pit stop in 2017. Fix the car up, and off to the races.
Bcash was a good faith attempt from a Bitcoiner to come up with a cool sounding name, a legitimate branding, something that didn't sound ridiculous, to differentiate BCH from BTC and give it a clear branding differential from BTC that was clear. The origins of it were still clear, and just be like, dude, like there's a thing, like, good luck to you. I hope shit works out for you. That is legitimately where that name came from. And it became a derogatory thing because the instant response was, we are the real Bitcoin. We care more about this word and this arbitrary label than actually just doing something valuable and convincing people it's valuable. And that's why everybody started trolling the shit out of everybody with Bcash. The origins of it was a legit good faith attempt to reach out, to be like, let's make clear there's a difference between these two things, and then legit good luck. Like, I'm not going to go fuck you or just ha 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 troll you all day. It's like, this is one thing, this is another thing. These are the differences. Let's see what the market says.
That's crazy to hear this historical revisionism. I was there, my brother.
It's not revisionism.
That was not good faith, my friend. That was not good faith.
It's literally up, dude. It's literally up there on Reddit. Like the fork was August 1st, 2017.
When you keep calling, you talked. It's my turn to talk now. My turn to talk. If I decide that I'm going to call you Tryon in a good faith to say, well, I'm already called Brian. We have two Brians here, by the way. So if Hotep is like, no, too many Brians in the room, I'm going to call you Rylan. That's an awesome name. Sounds great. Rylan. It's kind of close. And then you're like, dude, my name is Brian. I decide what my name is. And he's like, no, Rylan. And you're like, bro. And then he just keeps on calling you Rylan. If it was good faith to start with, the second he says stop, it's no longer good faith. And you proceeded for years.
Dude, he didn't do a damn thing. A bunch of other completely different people on the internet.
You used the term derogatorily.
Yeah,
you use the term to rile people up and troll them.
Do you not know me? When I think somebody is acting in bad faith, I respond in kind, proportionally. Like, we know each other.
But you've actively trolled me. When have I been a bad faith actor?
All right, hold up. I'm gonna hop in here because I don't like where this conversation's going right now. I want to get back to getting my motherfucking question answered. I don't give a fuck about the drama and shit.
Please answer the question. Yeah,
I want to know why the fuck Brian is not a true capitalist and saying, yo, we should iterate on this technology over and over again as many times as we want and not be a BTC purist. I just want to understand the BTC purist. If you make sense, then fuck it, I might join the cult too. I need a really good reason, because to me, I hear the word. Hold on, I'm speaking. I hear the word decentralized. Then I get the BT maxis that say no, only one coin should exist, and I go, that's not decentralization.
That's just not thinking about the economics of scarcity, which
I do think that it can also devolve too much into a semantic argument where people like decentralization isn't the purpose of decentralization is censorship resistance. So I've mentioned this before. If one coin does get captured, it's good that we've got 30,000 shit coins because we can just hop around. And that is an aspect of censorship resistance, but I don't think this is good framing. I understand, especially as from a normie's perspective, you hear decentralized, you get kind of these impressions about decentralization, and then you just run with it. But I think without realizing that it's for the sake of censorship resistance, you get lost in pointless weeds.
Which are undermined. And also, I don't care what people do in this space, dude. If it's useful, people will find a way to hitch it on top of Bitcoin. If it's actually legitimately useful, people will hook it into it. There are more ways than I can count to just build layers on top of Bitcoin that are literally impossible to stop people from doing. Ordinals is a perfect example of this. All of the shit being iterated on, if it's really useful, it will eventually come to Bitcoin.
What are ordinals used for? What are ordinals being used for?
Just tracking the provenance of arbitrary data stamped.
What? No, I mean specifically, what is the application that ordinals are being used? NFTs.
That's another.
So NFTs,
dude. I don't give a shit about NFTs.
They're useful.
You think they're useful? No, I personally think they're stupid as shit, and they're no different than trading baseball cards. But
you're spending your money to validate them.
Get after it.
You're spending your money to validate them.
I'm spending my money to validate the resources that I opted in to validate. within
Which are
the
NFTs
limits that I opted
right
in
now.
to validate.
Majority
And
NFTs
also,
actually per block.
here's an
NFTs.
ironic thing. Here's an ironic thing, Ben. That NFT data is actually cheaper to verify than signatures for normal transactions because you don't actually verify anything. You just download the data and a little thing goes, this is random data. And you go, okay, is it bigger than this? Done. It's actually cheaper to validate for my device than a normal transaction. I don't care.
I would hope it's cheaper because
people paid for the block space.
Yeah.
That was their fucking choice. They paid for it. End of story. We agreed on the limit. We all understood the market dynamics of that.
Who agreed?
Everybody who fucking downloaded and ran a Bitcoin node.
Okay. So the people who didn't agree and who downloaded a different
aren't running Bitcoin nodes, so it doesn't matter.
If it doesn't, I mean, I agree.
You chose to download the software and click start and it would download stuff in these blocks. Like, that's the end of the story.
So that's not an attack on Bitcoin,
to that,
right?
Anybody who didn't agree to that didn't download the software and start running it in the first place. They're not even running it, so they should just shut the fuck up because they're not even involved.
So somebody downloading. Hold on. So somebody downloading another piece of software that doesn't even attach to the Bitcoin network, to the BTC network, that attaches to a different network. That person is not committing an attack on Bitcoin. Is that correct?
No, Vin. The attack from back in the day was the constant trying to just argue to people, we are the real Bitcoin. And like, that was the vast majority of the argument. There are actually, I don't know how many.
So you can attack the network. You can attack the BTC network by saying your network is the real Bitcoin. How does that attack the network? How is that an attack on BTC?
Let's actually talk about this because downloading a Bcash node is not an attack on Bitcoin.
You literally did it again.
Use what you're going to use.
You literally just did it.
I don't know how many stories I have heard from like small little ATM operators like that were on the Bcash side, just switching their ATMs to start just selling BCH as Bitcoin. They made no distinction. Like, some of them swapped out BTC as an option. It just said Bitcoin. They made no distinction. They did not do anything to clarify what that person was buying. And people were getting scammed all over the place thinking they were buying BTC in the middle of a bull market run-up, but they actually wound up getting BCH. That is the type of shit that I and other people reacted to like a scam and like scummy shit.
Did I do that?
You had nothing to do with that.
So why would I be attacked for that? Why would I be attacked and people who had nothing to do with it be attacked? Because those people
what that came down to at the end of the day was that's where the argument over we are the real Bitcoin and they aren't, instead of a clear distinction, a clear break, and just competition on merit, that led to those types of scams that happened all over the place, where people
they didn't
specifically and intentionally wanted to buy and invest in one thing, but were sold another thing.
How is that an attack on the BTC network? How is that an attack on the BTC network?
It's, dude, you're literally that behavior, which again, I want to clarify, was specific people.
No, that behavior is criminal, dude.
ATMs.
That behavior is criminal. Nobody that I know, absolutely nobody that I know that you have attacked for years participated in that.
The argument from almost every rational person I know and I remember was this is scummy behavior that is misleading and conning people. And
who said it wasn't?
It all comes down to the whole stupid debate over what's the real Bitcoin. That is what enabled that type of shit to happen. And that's why people got so pissed and reacted in that type of way against that argument, against that narrative, against the people pushing it. Because people started seeing the consequences of that pop up like that.
So I've got receipts. People can go back for years. I have said that the most toxic statement in the space and the most, I think I've said the most self-destructive, is X is the real Bitcoin. This has been my public statement for as long as you and I have been interacting.
Vin, I specifically literally said you had nothing to do with this. I'm trying to explain and give context towards why people acted a certain way.
So why do you and maxis have a vitriol and have been attacking individuals? And it's not just me. I know thousands of people in the space. Every single person that I know thinks that what you just described is criminal. Every single person. Every single one of them.
I seen it, yo. I'm a victim of it. That's how I ended up in this shit. I was just speculating on the motherfucker. I got thrown into Bitcoin because motherfuckers was attacking me for not buying BTC.
This is what I'm saying.
I watched another influencer who spoke at Bitcoin magazine. He came out, said something about an altcoin, then he was attacked. I just want to know why motherfuckers don't like other coins. I still haven't gotten that answer.
Dude, the answer, Hotep, is because so many of us have just sat here and witnessed what happens when people who can't assess the actual fundamentals, the technology of shit, just start aping into everything they see left and right.
So hold on, I'm gonna cut you off right now because you sound like Alexander Hamilton, bro. You sound like Alexander Hamilton. What you're saying is people are stupid. We have to think for them, and we.
What's the context of Alexander Hamilton? I don't know the history here.
Well, I don't know that there is I don't know the history of Alexander Hamilton either. I need to go and watch that play and whatever. But I believe that was it something to do with the Constitution. Somebody in the chat will know and give us the reference. But wasn't it like that he said that I don't know. Let me just quickly Google it. But I know this is a thing. I just don't know the specific. Let's see. Alexander Hamilton. Essentially, there was some kind of argument in the American constitutional stuff, I believe, that Alexander Hamilton was like, it's what Hotep's about to say. The people was stupid and they need to be protected from themselves, essentially.
Okay, he successfully argued that the implied powers of the Constitution provided the legal authority to fund the national debt, assume the state's debt, and create the first bank of the United States. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I'll do some more reading later.
Shouldn't allow them. We shouldn't. We don't cut me off from speaking, and we should not allow people to lose money and learn the hard way. No, that's not how economics works. That's not how markets work. People have to learn to get scammed and let them come to their own conclusions like, okay, maybe I should have stuck to BTC that way.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is these are the reasons why people are vocal against shit. Nobody's controlling or stopping a damn thing. People are speaking their mind and going, that thing's a fucking scam. That's broken. That's a wrong, incorrect statement. Like, nobody can stop anybody from doing a goddamn thing when it comes
to you can attack people. You can attack people and brigade them. I think that's the issue that people have with maxis, right? Like, I would consider myself.
Okay, Vin, stop right now. Do you not remember Jameson Lopp getting swatted, and the only reason
that wasn't by BCH people? That wasn't by BCH people. That wasn't by BCH people. Don't do that. Have you not seen the fucking extreme nut jobs on the fringes of things like BCH and BSV? And I really, really want to be clear here that these are fringes in these groups. Yeah, but BTC maxis are not fringes.
No.
BTC maxis are not fringes.
Let me finish
the core culture
where people make death threats, fucking physically threaten people all the time. Like,
that comes with any popular industry.
That's my point, Hotep, is that type of fucking
no. The vitriol against altcoins, comes directly from all of the major influencers. I don't want to name names. I'll give you one, Max Kaiser.
Okay, let's. Here's an example.
Max Kaiser. Max Kaiser's vehemently against it.
That's not fringe, fucking retard. Dude, hey, remember when fucking Russia wasn't going to invade Ukraine? Anyway, like Stacks is an example. Like there is a potential seed of a maybe useful, like technological stack in that. But mathematically, the whole model is literally a yield where you stake this inflationary coin against deflationary Bitcoin to earn Bitcoin yield off of that. It's literally mathematically guaranteed eventually that just keeps trending down and down the return on it. Economically, it's broken and retarded. I think Stacks is stupid for that reason.
But why would you attack somebody who bought it? Why would you attack somebody who bought it apropos of nothing because they were spending their money on that?
Because there are mobs of people who, when you point out how it's economically broken like that, they literally argue against it. They literally argue that.
Yeah, but you don't argue against it. Dude, anybody who goes through your feed right now will see you apropos of nothing, calling people the most horrendous names within the last 48 hours. You want me to read off? If I read off of this, he's going to get a strike.
Yeah, I called a lot of people retarded because a lot of people.
Not retarded. Let me just pull through your feed here.
Okay, hold on.
Let me pull through your feed and.
People
you don't want me to read. You don't want me to read your words.
People,
what you're doing right now.
All right, we're now way off track on whatever this is. It's now just turned into a Shinobi, who is obviously a toxic, unreasonable guy, as his own language and phrasing throughout this podcast has demonstrated. Now attempting in some weird reversal to say, well, there's messed up people in Bitcoin, but that's just them being stupid, and I'm not involved in that, even though this is really the core of the issue. Kind of ironically, at the same time as he says, yeah, but there's fringe people in other coins that are lunatics, but then he could just excuse that in his own camp. It's just nonsense.
It also feels a little bit like
what happened to talk about engineering?
Yeah. Sorry, you cut off there for a second.
What happened to talk about engineering? That was my main point. That at this point, it's just devolved into personal mudslinging, which is the classic of BTC discussion, really.
Yeah. The extremist thing feels like it's kind of like it's with the territory of a technology that is incredibly disruptive. Of course, you're going to have extremists. But there's also local extremists that have no social media influence. You don't have to pay them any attention.
Well, it's like what Hotep said. We've just seen it over and over again, just to these emotional trigger points that Shinobi is panicked about these extremists in BCH, of which he can give no examples or whatever. But then when it comes to BTC people, no, that's just one of the easiest ways to vilify something is to create a imaginary or even just exaggerate a real fringe and then tar the rest of the group like that. And he's just resorting to that. We already had the woe is me with this kid in Korea who threw away his money. That's just emotion. We've had the I don't want to upgrade my node like I'm a 5-year-old having a tantrum. That's just emotion. At the end of any of these threads of discussion, it just comes down to I'm upset and emotional.
Huh? People want to fork Bitcoin because people are posting JPEGs to the blockchain. That's retarded. So
But you didn't just call people retarded. No. What did you say about Paul Storks?
Oh, that he is a wildly misleading, disingenuous person.
Oh, that's
literally.
Should I read your actual words? Should I read your actual words about him?
He's a greasy scumbag who lies.
I think it was worse than that. Yeah. So this type of shit is why I consider Paul a manipulative. No, you're right. Manipulative and disingenuous scumbag, and have for years. He applies the same type of outright greasy lying when it comes to drive chains all the time. So let's go through step by step how full of shit he is, and then you have let's see. Let's go down a little further. So retarded is definitely in here. Oh, here you go. This is for Eric. Is that Eric Wall? Original Eric is a dumb cunt thread. Benefits of witness. This is yesterday. So this is about witness proving. So Eric Wall, apropos of nothing.
Hey, Vin,
these are all
is there a reason we can't talk about the technical arguments that I actually made in that thread about Paul?
Because you're calling people dumb cunts. That's calling someone a dumb cunt.
And then I am literally explaining why and what they are factually misrepresenting. And you're just conveniently trying to leave out all of that other part of everything. And
well, when you lead with
disingenuous.
No, when you lead with scumbag,
what I lead with doesn't matter. What's the rest? It does
when in a debate.
There's a lot more to those statements, then, that you just conveniently forget to tack on the end there in terms of context, and you just try to talk about the tiny little starting point.
So it's good faith. So that's a sign of good faith.
You ask why I insult somebody when I'm calling them out for literally lying about an objective, rationally obvious fact, and then literally breaking down how they are lying and how they are misrepresenting things. And you're trying to just fucking call that out as a weird gotcha moment. Like all you do is insult and condescend people. When I literally made an entire reasoned argument in a whole thread for exactly why I said the insult in the first place, which is he is misrepresenting facts. He is misrepresenting the reality of things to a massive group of people. And that is scummy fucking behavior.
That sounds like
when
jealousy.
you intentionally mislead.
A little bit.
It sounds like jealousy. It sounds like
that's
jealousy.
Unethical.
It sounds like jealousy. And I know this because I'm in a political space heavy. and you know, my approach to things is if my product, which is Hotep, is superior to yours, I don't have to disparage your product to sell mine. I just sell mine. And if mine is superior, I will win the day. That's what I don't understand about the maxis. They spend so much time shitting on everything else. It makes me want to look at everything else. Like, why are they so mad at these people? What's going on here? If your product is so great, why not just put the blinders on, mind your business, and just iterate on what you do? That's what I just don't get. This isn't about picking sides. This is about Hotep Jesus really wants to understand the mind of a Bitcoin maxi.
Hotep, it's this simple. If somebody makes a choice to do something, that's their choice. When somebody makes a choice to do something based on a factual lie, that's called being scammed. That's called being conned.
Yeah, but
and there are a lot of retards
you don't have to be a child to make your argument. Is my point, right?
Dude,
like
I
in the political space,
Hotep, right now, what is happening?
I can mute you, right?
Is we're not even discussing the contents of an entire argument. We're just discussing the fact that
I need to understand something, Shinobi. I need to understand something. When I'm in my space, which is the political space, there are a bunch of ideas that are thrown around that I frankly think most of them are shit. You know what I did? I created the grifties with the help of Taylor and the team. And then, okay, so now we've monetized the grifters for a nonprofit organization. That's forward thinking. I don't sit on Twitter all day going, you know what? I don't agree with such and such. They're a scammer. You know how much shit on Twitter I see that I disagree with, that I just go, oh, I don't agree with it. And I just keep fucking scrolling and I work on my projects and I mind my business. I don't understand why people spend so much time worried about everybody else. Why you don't just focus on yourself?
What's up? People make decisions based on the information they get from places. That's how all of us work.
And that's
right
the problem.
Right now, what you're trying to do, at least directed at me in the context of this, is try to imply that spreading accurate information is some kind of toxic fucking thing. Like Paul.
Oh wow! Now you twisted my words.
Spread a lie.
Now you twisted my words. Now you twisted my words.
The tweet that I quoted from Paul when I called him
I gotta mute you really fast because you twisted my words. You twisted my words. Let me be specific here. Okay. I don't attack people. All I do is spread my ideas. And if my ideas reach the people people have an option to choose between my ideas and their ideas. I don't have to call out person X to get my ideas across. In fact, if I call out person X, all I do is highlight them and bring my following and awareness of person X, which hurts my ideas. If I spent all day working on my brand, do you know what would happen? I'd end up on Fox News. I'd end up on Tim Pool. I'd end up on Joe Rogan. And then I'd be a bigger star, Alex Jones.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
I would reach a point where my message would reach more people than the people I might want to disparage. So you're upset because one person is reaching a mass of people, and you're not wrong for being upset about that. Let me be clear. You are not wrong for that. What I'm saying is your strategy and your tact is off. If you spent more time building your brand, you would have a higher reach than them and you would drown them out by default. That is my point, Shinobi. You are not wrong for calling these people out. It's a little childish. It's a little amateur. It's amateur hour. That's what I'll call it.
Well, see, that's the point. We weren't talking about what's an effective strategy. You were trying to ask me why people acted a certain way, and I was explaining why. Like, again, Vin, like you're ignoring so much context trying to just have this call out moment with me. I've known Paul for 8 years. I have dealt with him arguing factually incorrect technical details in public to convince people to do specific things based on those inaccuracies for years. So yeah, when I see him do it again, I'm going to call him a disingenuous scumbag because I've watched him do the same thing repetitively over and over again for 8 years.
Do you think you're effective?
Judging by the fact that he's been trying to convince people to do the exact same thing for 8 years and still hasn't, yeah.
What?
Well, let me tell you this, Brian. What's interesting, just from my standpoint, right, is, you know, I in the block size debate itself, I was not really sold on Bitcoin Cash. I really wasn't. It wasn't until my business partner.
You didn't have to be, dude.
No, I was a Bitcoiner. It wasn't until
my point is you didn't have to be.
Let me finish. Let me finish. There's more to this. It was my business partner said, "Oh, you should probably." I had just stopped. The fees got too high to the point where I had stopped all the applications that I had that would have required, because the applications I was doing were for things, as we said, where with the fees were too high, it didn't make sense economically for me to do it. So I just shelved them. But the code was there with BTC. Right. Then my business partner said, why don't you try putting these things on Bitcoin Cash? Right. And I did. But here's the interesting part about it. With one line code change, right? So just changing the fork bits. That's it. With one line code change, all of my code worked on my BTC node too. So like all the things that I was developing worked on BTC as well. It would have been nothing for me, like financially, it would have been nothing for me to be doing it on Bitcoin as well, BTC. The reason why I didn't was because when I released Cointext in particular, 2017, when I released it on BCH, I was immediately attacked by you and your tribe, like viciously attacked. And for me, what I said is, if that's the community I have to deal with, if I'm in BTC, I'm not going to develop on BTC. Now, I'm not somebody who's going to be shamed or scared or intimidated into dropping BCH because there was an attack on. But what I'm saying is you might want to think, and a maximalist might want to think of how many people like me there were who could have done valuable things for BTC. But just because we happen to say, oh, let me try my code that works with one line change, adding the fork bits to the SIG hash, oh, well, I'm going to try BCH. And the second that I announced that I'm going to do that, boom, attacked. right? So you're pushing away talented people. Maximalism pushes away the exact people who would innovate for you that you're talking about. You want to see innovation. The only people who are left on your chain are people who, I guess they're people who are willing to be kowtowed. But I don't think you're going to get any strong people.
This is the market. This is the market. And it's, again, like, we'll see how this works out. But I am pretty confident that the more valuable, verifiable thing will motivate people to build shit on top of it. Because here's the thing. If a rational person sees that they can make money doing something, they're not going to care if some small fringe of people on the internet act like a bunch of retards. It doesn't matter. Like, dude, this is, like, I think the biggest just blind spot in this entire ecosystem is all of the little.
Can you say what you just said again? Can you just say what you said again? About if somebody can make money?
If you can make money, you're going to do something if you can figure out a way to do it. The biggest blind spot,
regardless of what, regardless of if people attack you, right?
Mean on the internet. This fucking Twitter community for Bitcoin, or in reality,
this is completely, like, only related in concept, but that's just not socially the case. There is a band that's been on the up and up, Spirit Box, metal band with a female vocalist, who was doing, I'm pretty sure, like a world tour with another band called Falling in Reverse. The vocalist of Falling in Reverse has a wild history, like jail time, a bunch of like sexual assault accusations and controversies. And despite the fact that this other band doesn't really have to associate with Falling in Reverse and just has to show up, play the shows, get money and fans from those shows and go home, they were like, we faced so much online backlash that it's not worth it for us to continue tour with this band. So, like, I think the opportunity cost that they sacrificed was higher than I don't know, like, how do I phrase this? They lost so much potential, both money and fans, to appeal to a smaller, already existing fan base. And I think that applies here too. Like, it's not the case that just because something's profitable, someone will do something, especially not in the social space that is 2023. Like, it's got to be profitable. It's got to be sustainable. It's got to be green or earth friendly. Like, there's all these different avenues, and it's not just a race to the bottom anymore. There's values that people have that they express with their purchasing power. And we're going to see the same thing with crypto coins.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the irony is that Shinobi has this idea that, there's just this little kids' playground in the corner of Twitter and there's a few people screaming on it. Of course, he is one of the greatest parts of that ecosystem. So it's nice for him to be able to diminish his own childish behavior and aggressive and irrational tribalism as just irrelevant or just him having fun in his little corner when it doesn't impact anything. But that's not true at all. Firstly, this whole culture of Twitter toxicity is replicated in person. I've seen it, and a lot of people have. That's the whole point. It's not some separate reality in a different pasture. These stuff, what goes on online bleeds into the real world. Okay, they are different, but there's clearly an interplay, and everybody understands that, right? And as with many people in the BCH community will be aware of course, there's a spectrum of people involved in BTC. But it is undeniable that you do run into ones that are very unreasonable and very charged up, because it's not just all online venting or something like that. It's actually what they believe and how they think and how they act. So in that regard, Shinobi's just got a very bizarre idea that these things don't play out in the broader crypto ecosystem. It's also, of course, completely lacking in self-awareness, because even as he's giving this huge rant, and he's being treated like a child by Hotep Jesus. And just shout out to Hotep Jesus for providing a lot of real insight here, that he's being treated like an angry, raving child. And that's what tends to happen once you take it out of Twitter threads and you put any BTC versus whoever discussion on. The same thing happens when it's BTC maxis versus Ethereum. It's kind of the same thing. The Ethereum people are generally a bit more reasonable, and they come off that way. And as crypto becomes more and more mainstream, it gets to a bigger and bigger audience, the importance of that is more and more relevant. Back in the day when it was just a few people online, well, the rules were a little bit different, and there was a lot more tolerance for being unreasonable, essentially, because you're only appealing to a small people of already very hardy is not the right word, but already very resilient type of people, where that kind of aggressive, confrontational styles of communication, us versus the world type of thinking, where that was valuable, or it was at least possible to overcome, because that was the state that things were at. When you have a small group of a few thousand people, well, if you have a high percentage of people who are very disagreeable, that's probably going to help you out more than it's going to hurt. But crypto is kind of past that now. It's big enough that it's got to be mass appealing, and acting like a child just comes off terribly. That's really as simple as it is.
I will say too, I've done the Big 5 personality test, and I am in like in a room of 100 people, I am the second most disagreeable person. And I've learned, with age, to just keep my mouth shut, because the social cost that I face from being an arrogant prick is detrimental to my long-term benefit. So if you recognize that you're a disagreeable, argumentative person, keep your mouth shut. Come up with point A, point B, point C, cite your sources for everything. I think especially really industrious or conscientious, disagreeable people would do really, really well at essays, get your point proof explanation across, do your Twitter threads, but the name calling and all this extra, it's superfluous, and the only point of it, aside from getting whatever off your chest, which really isn't valuable to anyone, is for social clout. And the people that you attract by doing that aren't the people that you want in your camp. So keep your mouth shut. And I say this from experience.
The bunch of different fragmented sub-communities. There is no coherent Bitcoin community. Everybody fucking argues about everything and has different fucking views on literally everything. But the reality is that is a tiny portion of all of the people who own Bitcoin, who use Bitcoin, who value Bitcoin for all of the reasons they value it, without paying attention to any of these idiots on the fucking internet. Just because some fucking people are retarded on Twitter, that's not stopping fucking business owners.
So are you retarded on Twitter?
To investors and
are you one of those people who's retarded on Twitter?
Yeah, half the time I am. I don't fucking care.
I think the debate's over.
He's honest.
That's it. That's the end of the debate. That's the end of the debate. Thank you. I'm out.
No. But seriously, that shit in the end doesn't matter. This is how the market is playing out. This is how things are unfolding. And people are going to make their decisions.
Yes, they are. I think that's it. I think that's a wonderful, that says it all. I'm satisfied.
Last question. I watched a video earlier that said that if everyone in the world adopted Bitcoin, there would be no power or something like that. There would be not enough power to run it. Is that garbage?
Garbage.
That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's really dumb.
Can you explain to me why it's dumb?
Because it doesn't happen overnight. As more use happens with Bitcoin, more power will be generated.
Well, it's saying Well, they're saying that that power being generated wouldn't be enough to manage all the transactions for everybody.
No. Well, first off, BTC can't handle all the transactions in the world.
There is so much wrong with that statement.
Yeah, it's just really bad. I mean, we don't even have to go into it because it's just really, it's just dumb. It's just all out dumb. Because you could literally say the same thing about everything. You could say if everybody ate a McDonald's hamburger today, there would be no more cows left on the planet. That's true.
And that's
a true statement.
What country in the world do you think would let power plants just turn off all electricity to everybody's houses?
They said the example they used was Iran
wants to buy it.
They said it happened with Iran.
Iran put insane restrictions on mining right after that, hunted down all the illegal shit, and limited the shit of how much energy they're going to buy. Because I'm not just, you have Bitcoin. I don't care if my country doesn't have food and electricity to do all the shit they need. They're going to come cut my head off. Yeah. So you're cut off. Here's a cap. You're not allowed to buy any more energy.
It's a dumb metric because nothing plays out that way. Nothing ever plays out that way. You know, people actually have to build the things. So little of the world uses Bitcoin right now. Like that's a champagne problem. Also, the thing that they're not considering is it doesn't take more. It doesn't take more. The hash power is the hash power. Like there's way less hash power on BSV right now than there is on BTC. But BSV is processing more transactions. So the hash power is not related to the number of transactions that you process. It's related to it's basically related to the profit.
I was going to make this point. This was, I don't know about those other. We don't even need to talk about it because it's a stupid argument. That was dumb. But this is essentially the key point. The hash power is only indirectly related to the amount of transaction processing. I think Cyprian's going to get this wrong here. He's going to say it's not true that it's not entirely related, but it is loosely related, right? Where as transactions are processed, the more transactions are processed, not guaranteed, but in general, the higher the utility of the coin, the higher the price, and thus the more mining reward there will be for miners to chase after. So at like global scale, if BCH was the global reserve currency, you have, 20 billion transactions a day each, let's say. They're all paying a tiny fee. That adds up to tons of money. And yes, a good amount of electricity will be spent to secure that, that batch of transactions, that throughput. However, it will only be spent at the amount that is justified by the economic utility of all of those transactions, and it will be moderated by the price of electricity. Like that is another good point that they were making, that if more people are demanding price for electricity for Bitcoin mining, then eventually the price of energy rises, and then they're competing in a bidding war against people who need that electricity to switch their lights on in their house and so on and so forth. And at a certain point, the people who are trying to use it for other things, they get their way, and then the price of Bitcoin falls in response. So it would, yes, the more crypto grows and uses, on average, it will use more electricity, perhaps even substantially more, but there's no way for it to just swallow up the entire pie of energy available to the world. That's just nonsense. And it also obviously doesn't take into account the fact that the rate of energy that humanity generates over time increases as we get better technology and so on and so forth. And
already having in the conversation, like, necessity is the mother of invention. If there's a substantially increased demand for energy, then people would obviously find ways to fulfill that demand, and in a profitable way. I think, it was kind of ridiculous to start it with, like, it's ridiculous to even entertain the idea. But I think he could have easily ended with, all right, we never have to talk about this again because we've shown that it's stupid for XYZ reasons.
The ability of mining a block. And that could be one transaction. It could be an empty block. An empty block on BTC, so meaning only one transaction, a coin-based transaction, on BTC right now costs more than a gigabyte. Than a gigabyte block would cost to do it on BSV.
Okay.
So it's a dumb. There's no. It's that.
Okay.
It's a dumb metric.
Okay. Truly, the last question this time. I might regret asking this question, but BTC ain't money, right? Like that shit's like a speculative asset, right?
If you want to be pedantic, literally nothing in this entire ecosystem is
I don't want to be pedantic.
Money.
Yes, my man. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again so they can hear.
Nothing in this space is money. Everything in this space is a speculative asset right now. It's just how much is that actually used for a utility thing. There's going to be different percentages, but everything is the majority of speculative asset right now.
I am quoting this and putting it to my Twitter.
Full of shit.
Nothing in this space is money. Shinobi, I love it.
No, currently, nothing in this space is money.
Well, it's the same thing.
Like
Currently,
the volume of every single asset in this space right now, the vast majority of the volume is speculative.
So what is Bitcoin?
BTC? Hold on, Hotep. I just want to make sure. So BTC is not money, correct? Currently.
Nothing in this space is.
Including BTC is in the space, right?
Is BTC in this space? I don't know.
Oh.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
See where you went.
Stop with the cheesy gotcha moments.
It's not. You said nothing in this space is money.
Yeah. And then
is BTC in the space?
What do you think? I don't know, guys. Let's ask the audience. Is BTC...
Bro, is BTC money? Yes or no? Is BTC money currently? Is BTC money at this moment? Is BTC money? Yes or no?
Is BTC in the space?
He got to be careful.
Dude,
he might get canceled. He's
about to.
His cult
he knows it.
cancel
He
his
knows
ass.
it. Is BTC money? Yes or no?
Don't get canceled.
Currently, right now.
Don't get kicked out the cult.
Talk about cancel.
Don't get kicked out the cult.
Then answer it yes or no. Then answer it yes or no.
Don't get him kicked out the cult, Vin.
Then answer it yes or no. Is BTC money? Yes or no?
Is BTC in this space?
See, there he goes.
What is this space?
It depends on what your definition of is. Bill Clinton.
No, if Bitcoin is in this space, then it's a very simple Boolean logic operation.
Okay, good. Like it. Love it. I love how you gave yourself an out there. Smart.
It's not an out. That's literally a deterministic fucking mathematical statement.
But it leaves wiggle room for you to say later, well, Bitcoin's not in the space because it's by itself.
It's literally a black and white binary mathematical statement. There's no wiggle room there.
So what's the incentive for people to participate in the Bitcoin ecosystem?
Do you think that it will continue to produce scalable, valuable things? I think it will. Like, there is a system right now without raising the block size past what it is at all that has 100x the transactional capacity of the network.
But not of money.
One basic thing.
But it isn't transacting in money.
It's moving bits around the internet, dude.
Right. Got it. Good. I love it.
Okay, so I don't know what the fuck you just said. I'm just a layman's. Why exactly should I participate in BTC? Because right now I'm purchasing BTC, DCA in, because I want to get rich.
All right, Hotep, it's a scarce thing that you can verify yourself.
Now, fuck that. I want to get rich, Shinobi. That's why I'm invested in it. Is that legitimate?
Hotep, let me finish my train of thought here. It's a verifiable, scarce thing that you can 100% know yourself, that you own and have control over, that you pay the fee for, you can fucking spend any which way you want to spend. Do you think that a large percentage of this planet will find that very fucking valuable? Yes or no? There's your answer.
Does that describe only BTC? What you just described, does that describe only BTC? Does that describe eCash? Does that describe Bitcoin Cash? What you just said.
Not only, but the vast majority of things, no.
No, what you just said about the value proposition.
I don't know.
So we're now well out of any irrational discussion. We're at the cage where Shinobi is just, he's beaten. He's absolutely lost. And he's trying to do weasel words to get out of getting absolutely roasted by the laser eyes on Twitter. And you just can see everything is just being picked apart. Hotep Jesus can say, look, I just want to get rich. Isn't that what you're trying to promise to me? Vin, Cyprian can say, oh, look, there's all these other chains which can provide those same things. If they get into any debate about the Lightning Network, he's probably going to lose there as well, too. Hotep was saying this is going to be the last question, but there's another 1 hour of this debate. So I kind of wonder what they get into. I am also sort of feeling like maybe most of the value of this stream has been exhausted at a certain point. I don't know. How you feeling, Jett?
I kind of agree. I think that when Cyprian was like, would you also admit you're being one of these retards on Twitter? And he was like, yeah, sometimes. I think that was like...
That's kind of the end.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should just wrap it up there. I'm not really convinced that the next, maybe what we'll do, we'll wrap it up here, but I'll listen to the rest of this just in my free time. And if there's any good points or any good clips or something, we can maybe bring them on in a future episode. But I don't really, because it's going to take us at least another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to review the next 1 hour. And I think it's wrapped up at this point. And I think for everybody who hasn't heard the Kim.com debate, obviously, you can go back and listen to that. I think this is another classic example. It really is just the case that despite the fact that they've got a very loud voice, anytime you put some of these laser eye people in a debate against somebody like Cyprian or like Kim.com, with or without a neutral moderator, somebody who knows history, who knows crypto, who can't be bamboozled with techno babble or Austrian economics nonsense or just cultish brainwashing that it's the future. Literally any time that happens, the laser eyes just get absolutely destroyed. So if this is your first time seeing an example of it might help you understand why the crypto space is the way it is. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Any final points you wanted to make about the debate, about what we just watched?
Not really. I think everything that came to my mind as I was watching it was pretty... But I think it's exhausting that we are 5, almost 6 years from Fork Day, right? And it's like we're still having the same conversations. And you're right, like we just haven't ever really... Well, I would say we have hashed it out. We did the split. We can do these experiments. That's that. And I think that these conversations are trying to consolidate some of those splits. But if it doesn't go anywhere, what's the point of it? Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a lot of people just like trying to pat themselves on the back, being like, I did the right thing, or I have the validation. I remember when I was a teenager being like, oh shit, like I had this, like something clicked to me where I was like, the things that we call truths are really just like some people tried to do some things, they found this result, and they look at the other guy and go, that's right? Like, and I think there's a lot of just, we're looking for this external validation rather than, and I agree with Hotep completely, and I've said this on the show multiple times, just try it for yourself, pick the one that you find is the best fit for you, and ignore everything else. And if you want to experiment more, like there's no, you don't have to be pinned in one camp for the rest of your life. As much as I've been involved in Bitcoin Cash, right, as I said early on, I've dabbled with Digibyte, Monero, I had a little bit of everything, essentially. But just the most useful thing as it's the cream of the crop. And so I don't, like, yeah, if there's some coin that like I don't even know what it would take to get me interested in something else. I hadn't really thought this far into the train. Thought this far into the train of thought, but yeah, I don't know. I don't get it seems to me that the point of these conversations is in part to like pat yourself on the back, and the other part of it is to get the audience to pick a side, because that means number go up for your coin.
Well, partly. I think it's important that these, as much as it is a shame that the same things have to be rehashed over and over and over again, I think it's important that it's done. And the main reason is this is just the counter to BCH having the smaller branding. Is people find Bitcoin, they find BTC, they know about that. Luckily, a lot of heavy lifting is being done for us by the general crypto space, because now there was a time when people were confused what Bitcoin was or what crypto was. Now it's not a surprise to anybody that there's not just Bitcoin. There's a bunch of other ones. And then as these kind of conversations become more and more prominent, there's increasing awareness that there's multiple competing versions of Bitcoin. People are kind of slowly getting to that phase. And then once they've got to that phase, then it becomes which is the best version of Bitcoin, which is probably what partly is rehashed in this kind of debate. But as BCH starts to rise up, it'll become more and more serious that there'll be discussions not like this going back to the block size war and blah, blah, blah. It won't be about that. It will be more like, so do we have the engineering data? Is BCH better? Is BTC better? And what you said about truth is just this point that Scott Adams has made. I said I was listening to some of his stuff recently, which is that science is not truth. Engineering is truth. You know, you can argue about a scientific paper, but you can't argue about an airplane. If you're sitting on the airplane and it's flying, well, that's true. And that's kind of the approach that BCH has. It's there. It works. The fees are low. We have a decent enough node count not to be centralized. Like Shinobi was saying, nobody can shut down or stop it. If they could, they probably would, but they can't. Or any of these other scam networks. But it's now been 6 years. Lindy is starting to back BCH as a viable competitor. It's a shame, yeah, that we have to say the same things 100 times before enough critical mass of people get the message and try it out. But the message is getting there. So soon enough, things will become more about, yeah, is there contention over Bitcoin to which is the best Bitcoin? And the more people that ask that question, the more that slowly discover that it's BCH, and soon enough we're going to have a critical mass of those people. It's certainly growing. all our content is obviously doing well for that reason. So looking forward to that becoming common knowledge. It only needs to happen once, and then the market flipping and all that stuff will be an afterthought.
It would be very nice to, after like 10 years, actually flipping things, and to have been in the space this entire time, be like, fucking, I told you. I know I shouldn't do that, but Jesus Christ, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. But that's why we got to be here, and we got to create all the evidence now, so that later on we've just got 10 years of I told you so's, I guess. I wish I'd known that to do that. I wish I had podcasts from 2015 of me debating somebody about Bitcoin.
Yeah,
that would have been amazing to just back on. But anyway, we're doing it now. So in 2030, we'll have all the receipts. All right, cool. Well, I hope all the listeners enjoyed that. A bit of a different take on things, a bit of a different episode. We didn't touch on any of the news or drama or everything else except tangentially. So that'll be back as per the regularly scheduled program on the next episode.
This should make up for the lack of episodes for the past. So this is almost a 5-hour long stream.
Yeah. I was going to say, I know that people have been missing that. And we've also been a bit slow about releasing the episodes too. So we'll get that out. And hopefully if you've been missing your fill of a BCH podcast, that was plenty to get your fix in. But yeah, thank you for listening. And if you enjoyed this, definitely let me know in the Telegram chat or in the Reddit threads or whatever. We might end up doing some more similar streams, in the future. There's it's only when there's a good opportunity for it, right? But these debates do come up every so often, between crypto and crypto related things. Let me just check. We got to just give the outro, same as always, on the last slide here.
Patrons and sponsors.
All right. That's it. Thank you all for listening, especially thanks to the patrons, Ricky and HP, absolute legends. Thank you to our sponsor, General Protocols. Go check out bchbull.com if you need to stabilize your BCH purchasing power or speculate on the price movements. Everybody can check out bitcoincashpodcast.com. We've got links and resources and all the episodes of the show and stuff there. And thank you to all the donators, of course. You're the best. Thank you very much. And I don't know, do you have any shout outs?
I guess this one I should have done last week. I did make a tweet when I first noticed someone gave me a donation way back, like after the St. Kitts trip. I don't think I ever publicly called that out except for that tweet. Thank you. I apologize. It took me like 2-3 months to even notice that donation was there, but very much appreciate it and has made my life a little easier. So also, this is kind of, a double whammy. Because of that, I think I'm in a position where I can actually hire a developer to help me on this BCH super chat project. And shout out to Volcanon for the inspiration for that. And then shout out to Luke Smith, the Linux YouTuber, for having the Monero version that was the inspiration for Volcanon's version. So a triple whammy. And that's it for my shout outs.
Yeah, my shout out is to Hotep Jesus. Thank you for letting us cannibalize all of your content to make our content. But as he was saying on the stream, I feel very confident that he would say, look, if somebody's just amplifying his message, that's good for him, just like it's good for us. So thank you very much for that excellent debate. Glad to have hosted it, and I will watch at least a little bit more, if not the rest of this stream on my own time. And if there's anything relevant, we'll bring it in. But I think it seems like the main points kind of got covered. So that'll do it. Thank you all for listening, and until next time.
The greatest story the world has ever known. The rise and rise of Bitcoin. 2022.
A single chance for the world, a single moment in time. Bankers captures all, our cryptocurrency flies, gets to decide. Phoenix fly from the flame, Bitcoin BCH, forever changing the game.
An underdog story everyone trying to deny. Bitcoin revolution, crypto trade on the rise. Then they stole our brand name and tried to push us aside.